Oh, hello, hello. I get everything set up. Tell everyone that I am streaming, and as they say, get to work. Yeah. Until the Discord, which I don't even remember to boot half the time. Mistakes were clearly made, you know? You think I'd remember to boot that? Also, I should probably put the bot to say that I'm got a Discord. Alright. Right. That's loud for the morning for me. Just sudden, you know, from quiet to just... Alright, I'm awake. I'm awake, I swear. At least I think I'm awake. I might not be. That booted, that booted. So much stuff. Just about ready. Just about ready. I want my notes for what I was working on so I can remember, because I won't otherwise. I admit it, I just won't. Mental memory thing? Nah, man. Nah, that ain't it. Alright. I don't know why this is highlighted. I think it's got copied it from the chat thingy. Let's watch videos about that guy. Get around to it at some point. Probably. Alright. Figure out what I want to start with. That's a good question. Why are the tarot cards available without being actually selected? I actually fixed a couple bugs off stream. It turned out to be really easy. I just had to take a moment to come back to it, and then it was golden. They were very complicated. There was a bug with the NPCs and hitting them, and it's just apparently the only collision they were ever hitting was the health widget and the damage widget. Even though I had this collision here, it wasn't set. It was set to ignore visible things, which included the ray trace. So I was literally damaging images because of their health widget, and never because I was hitting the enemy. So now the collision is much better for it. It was just like change one little dumb thing, and it was pretty much golden. It's just literally swap this to visibility, and remove it from these things, because that meant that they could it was preventing me from like opening drawers and things like that, because these things are above their heads, and why they would be missed a lot of times even though my weapon was going through them. Hey bird. I figured out the collision bug with the NPCs. Very important. It was like, once again, just check the right box, uncheck some other boxes that fixed a different problem, and All it took. It's about the only problem I actually fixed off stream. I guess I fixed this problem too, where like you'd destroy one and they would appear somewhere else when you broke them. Well, that was just this geometry collision just needed to be on the thing here, so this way they were both all the same location. Yeah. So here's the adorable thing that was wrong here, and an explanation for why it was really hard to hit a lot of enemies for a very long time. Why I would miss so often. It's like, but my weapon went through it. Why is it suddenly missing? So the way the thing is checking on the ray trace for the weapons, it's using the visibility trace channel. I could use the camera, or there's an ignore ray trace on channel 2, but yeah. Well, you see on the NPC here, on their capsuling over here where it said visibility here, this was checked to ignore instead of blocking it. So because of that, the little ray trace would just ignore them. So what was actually happening the whole time, and why I was having trouble opening like drawers and things like that if an enemy was under it, is these two widgets actually had UI collision. And UI collision, as you'll see, makes visibility a collision. So the whole time, dude, I don't know how many months of testing, what I was always hitting was their health and damage widgets. Now you know. Nothing else had the collision that checked visibility. It was literally those two things. So when I was like, oh, okay, trying to fix that problem of, you know, discovering they had something that was too high up and I was unable to open drawers, even though they weren't in the way of it, I just disabled the collision on these, thinking, oh, those aren't supposed to have collision. Never realizing the only other thing with collision was never checking visibility. Yeah. In solving one problem, I caused another one. So that way I figured it'd be an easy problem. It's just that by the time I got to it, I had so little time left in the stream before I had to go off to work that I just didn't really have time to look into it and test it. Everything else appears to be fixed, though. Like I can go from, well, I just haven't tried from the start menu yet. Let me double check that before I declare myself the winner. Yeah. That is often just one click away. If it drops you in the right level, please do. That would be amazing. Loading slowly. Perfect. All those messages are just mini Pop saying her thing there. I have a painting here to test, so I can do this. And immediately check the other world. Perfect. And just to use an area besides the, you know, full carnival room, I will use the library painting to go back, which was broken earlier, but should be working now. We're waiting, we're waiting. Boom. Perfect. So all that finally works after all this time. Which means I don't have to go back to the other backups and do anything with it. Also, I had a slight idea on what I wanted to do for this. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm definitely happy to not have to deal with that anymore. I can actually work on fixing things that are not a sudden broken thing. These are fixes that needed to be done, and I just haven't got them yet. I guess this box is actually really huge. I guess I wanted to write join me on it for some reason. I did this a long time ago, so I'm just putting a Charlotte on here because I figure having a creepy Charlotte would be interesting enough. I don't know if that's true, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with this particular thing here. You can't even see it because she's off to the side. The smoke doesn't exactly make it better. Perfect time for that music. It's literally the stuff from the other thing. I could make her huge. Yeah, sure, let's make her huge. I'll have her like overlooking the box so it's more terrifying. Hmm. They won't know that she's just literally on top of the box in a weird way. I don't care about that. Does that even work? No, it's too high. Hmm. I just had interesting ideas, so I just had to test it out. Lost them? I mean, no. You can disable them by typing disable all screen messages and then forget to enable them. Which is enable all screen messages, so that'll make them disappear. If you switch maps, that's also a problem. I've had to foolishly put print strings before an open all level, and by the time the print string's up there, it opens the level and it's gone because it's on a new level. I've done that. But as far as like lost them, no. Oh, this would look like the same. I thought this is the camera we're talking about. Is it not? This must have been like a sequence or something I did. Yeah, this main sequence. I don't remember how this stuff worked. I did it a long time ago, and I have no idea how it works anymore. I used to, but... Can I just move this camera actor like this the whole way? Is that how these work? That is most certainly how it works. Okay. Alright, alright. We're feeling it, we're feeling it. I'm gonna put all these in here. Can I do that? You can actually attach them on that. That's interesting. I didn't even know that. I just was experimenting. Doesn't really help because I did it like that, but... yeah. If you want to turn them on, it's enable all screen messages. That right there. I just copy it into chat. That turns them on. And the opposite one is this. Disable all screen messages. In case you're tired of looking at them. As you know, I get tired of looking at them. I get it. If I change this, does it rescale all of them? I think it does. Ooh. That's neat. I don't really like that better. First off, she's got her hands through it, and that's weird, but... add a bit of a horror element to it? I don't know. Why do you keep putting your hands through it, lady? One job. That's to not put your hands through the box. It looks way less creepy there. Hmm. I'm not sure Charlotte should be in here. Just gonna say it, but maybe. I moved over to the side intentionally because the start menu was blocking. Now she could probably be smaller and it'd be fine. Hmm. Hey, Prismatica Dev, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. I was just playing with the main menu thingy, testing something out to see if I could make it interesting or not, and yeah. Oh yeah. I was trying to add a horror thing to this thing here. I don't know, like just to have her sitting up here all creepily, but I don't know. I guess I could show everyone the actual game though, because you know most of the game's actually a Metroidvania, and I've been adding some creepy things, but we haven't got there yet. But your timing is pretty good. Well, actually, let me double check that there's a nav mesh on that map before we start. I've done this mistake one time before, and I played through the whole demo without the enemies being able to move. It was the saddest experience. I mean, a lot of them couldn't jump, so they were still able to kind of fight, but the fighting was not as exciting. It was very like, oh yeah. Are they going Prismatica Dev? They're going pretty good, actually. I switched to streaming a little earlier in the morning because, well, I just have better time, more free time now, and nice. It gives me this excuse to see the sunlight every once in a while. Oh my god. I don't really ever see it. I'm just lying to myself, but I pretend. It makes me happy. I do need a nav mesh. Now we'll just run the game test straight up. Everything should work. And if it doesn't, I will make it work. Thanks for the follow, Steve Raidron, and Amethyst Makes Games. Building a nav mesh real fast here. I remember one time I actually started the level. I skipped off this level to another level, to the main menu, without letting it finish this, and that's actually why it was broken. And then when it saves, it actually saves the nav mesh. So it was broken on the saves too, and I was like, oh. Awesome. Well, I definitely do love my UE. Or a little too much. I was doing like 10 to 11 hour streams, and it was just the worst. Because I'm also working 8 hours a day. Just didn't sleep. That was the secret. It's a great secret. Where's the follow button? Oh. I guess you found it. There you go. Okay. So. This should be fine here. I don't care about rebuilding the lighting. We'll live without it for the moment. We'll leave that just in case that's a thing. The start menus, I'm just about to start working on it, but it needs a lot of work. Waiting. Let's see if it all works. It should. There. We're going to disable all screen messages because I'm messing with things. Okay, so the game's called Poppet Quest, and you play as Poppet, the woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. And it's kind of hard to see. It shouldn't have very good light here, but whatever. I'll give you a better look at her in the light. So, use her dodge real fast to burn a bunch of recursive ability. It's important. So the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. Curse power is all the toys in the place and basically lets you use all of your abilities. However, if your sanity ever hits 0, you die. Also, there's a fun insanity effect. So, you know, you'll know when things are going wrong. in short order. So she fights using tarot cards. This is the Fool. It is in fact dangerous to go alone. You'd better take it. Normally all the cards wouldn't be showing there, but I didn't bother to unequip them for the test. It's good for breaking things, making friends, you know, that thing. All the good stuff. Did you? Nice. We're all mad here. Just a little. Just gonna run past him because I'm a terrible person. Boing, boing. Ooh. This one's gonna try to stab me in the back. I know you are. Bad place to fight him with that wall on the way there. Beat up. Apparently. There's a bit of a bug with these enemies. These ones are a little harder to hit than the other ones for some reason. I don't know why. Usually you get a health upgrade somewhere along that. Oh, there's one. Here. Dead now. So... Oh, that sucks. Hard drive failure. Or SSD failure. Oh. Yeah, that's the downside of... Whoa. Hello. Downside of a lot of projects. It means you don't finish the projects you're currently doing, and anything bad happens, and oh god. I have this game on 3 different drives. Something happens, at worst I'm back a day or two, but... Even then, I don't want to go back a day or two. Also, books are haunted, don't question it. So... This character's not supposed to be here, so we'll ignore her for the moment. Are you a better light for him? Kinda. Yeah, whatever. So, well, many of these women were killed and their souls were put into dolls on the spot, by the way. One of them, her soul got stuck in paintings instead. So if you free her paintings, she'll let you travel to the painting world, which is like a liminal space that connects all the paintings. And also, one of the mechanics in the game is you can rescue toys by throwing them into the painting world, which will unlock buildings. This is what I was working on. The buildings aren't here yet, but I made them. They're just not unlocked anymore. This is Tinka, the ghost in the paintings. Gives me a key, very important. She's my Discord's favorite waifu. We'll get back to her later, though. Actually, why didn't I get my health back while I was here? I'm done. There's also a save point here I can use, so... I do need to set it up that it triggers upon entering the level. I'm seeing this now. I might as well get my health back. Oh gosh, cloud saving your work? Ugh. Back when I was using RPG Maker a couple years ago, I had a game that I stored on my Google Drive. A bunch of copies. I had like monthly copies of it just to kind of keep a, you know, a backup of everything. A history of it. It was all corrupted. Every single one of them. Thanks, Google Drive. Everyone. Alright. Boing. It's a bouncy couch. It's important because it bounces. I just like it. Okay, I'm gonna disable those messages. I'm currently messing with making the city load too, so that every once in a while there's a lag spike from the city load. This one's hard to hit. Why? Are you the chosen one? Apparently it's the chosen one. That's okay, I mean everyone should be the chosen one in their own story, right? Maybe there's secretly a backup game. Actually a new game, and it'll just be that one particular mob who's just better than everybody. I have customizable books that I'm going to write things in for lore. This is my little Mega Man thingy. You jump in it and you get new shoes. That is not how it works. It's literally just to get a new card. But it does look like a little Mega Man capsule. After making it, I realized that. And I was like, ooh, Mega Man capsule. So, in my mind, I like to imagine she gets new shoes by going in there. Maybe they let her double jump or something. So the Magician card lets you do things like open drawers, open, you know, cupboards, throw small objects, turn on lights. Also turn them off for that matter too. People read the titles of Twitch thingies? Really? Oh, they don't. Lies, deceit, slander. Never happens. Pfft, whatever. Put the light on real fast. My cool steampunk lights I made, very important. Oh. Yeah. Well, my last stream was because I had forgotten to make a backup of a thing, and I deleted a duplicate level, and somehow that corrupted all the save points, like the player starts, I should say, on the level. Just the actual player starts themselves. And it took me forever to figure it out because I didn't know that was a thing that could happen. It took me, I think, almost 4 hours to finally figure out the player starts were all corrupted, and I just had to delete them all and redo them. Yeah, it's a... Poppet Quest happens in a steampunk city, by the way. You can't leave the building because you're powered by the building and the curse on it, but as long as you're connected to the building, you don't die. I gotta remember, those 3 mobs are not spawning there, or they're taking a long time to spawn. Oh, they take a long time to spawn. Well, that means we can play our favorite game. I want to hit him across the street if I can. That's my goal. Really? How come they're so unhittable sometimes? It's this particular mob. Yeah. You make me sad. Oh, I went outside. That's what happens. I set a thing to make it so they despawn if you leave the room. And unfortunately I set it right at the windows, never realizing I was going to go outside the window in this location, and that would probably be too close. And you are hard to hit. It's just these particular enemies are super hard to hit for some reason. Oh, anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're moving on anyway. I'd say the game's maybe like 25 to 30% done at the moment. Which means there's actually a lot of content, it's just really buggy. Oh, really? That was actually the worst place to fall. I mean, it's not gonna make a big difference, but... There's a light right here. Oh yeah, the bonks and things like that. Yeah, I guess that's not very subtle. Screen shakes. I watched a video, I forgot who it was by, but he went over 11 different things to make your hits look better, and he did a project where he was literally just, you know, doing 3 random hits, like just really blasé, nothing. And then he just kept adding each new feature and showing how much better it was with each feature, and I'm just like, Usually I design, well, thanks they like my design, that's awesome. Usually I design largely one room at a time. Just like, okay, well, my goal is to reach this, and I try to make the gameplay elements a little different each time. I like to mind map the levels for what kind of content is available in each one. So you're not always just fighting. There'll be jumping puzzles, mazes, things like that. So it usually changes up quite a bit. Like the toy maze here, which is the first example of a maze thing where you get to wander through pipes. Some of the areas are designed for toys to play in, and you know, other areas are more designed for people. Basically, it's so kids can play with their toys. So this place is a little weird. This floor is unusual over the other floors. You can wander around through this one here, and there is a lot of secrets, so I think this particular path is maybe a little longer than I want. I think I want to put an extra area in there to fight in. I have to increase the collision on this somehow, like the time that it can actually collide. So usually I'm trying to get you to like point A to point B as far as, I mean, it is a Metroidvania, so they want you to backtrack a lot. So what I'll do is I'll build a level that has, you know, the basics of what needs to happen. And then I'll put unreachable areas with the intention of additional abilities you get later. But most of the time I start by just placing the keys, because the keys are how you get through just about everywhere in this game. Some of the later rooms are a lot bigger than these ones, so this room's actually pretty big. But some of the rooms are gigantic. Apparently there's a thingy that spawns right below there. I really need to do something with these enemies being hard to hit. Whatever. We just had a collision issue with them earlier today. By we, I mean me. Okay. Oh no, I actually just place things in the level. There's a reason for that, because everything in this game for Poppet is something she can interact with. So the shape of everything actually builds a lot of the levels, so I don't really block things out. This is one of the mechanics of the game. You can actually rescue some toys with the magician, pick them up and just drag them places. And you can tell the city's loading out there. I was just learning how to do multiple grids on the H load, which is why the city now loads out there, but every once in a while it has a lag spike right about there when it's loading a new section of the city out there. I will figure it out. Huh. Well, that toy should have been rescued, but listen. I don't even know how that happened, but that's okay. This is a mechanic for rescuing toy. You just simply throw them in there and then they become rescued. And then from that point on, they're unlocked. I had this key in here as a backup. That character who fell through the ground was supposed to unlock... Wait. Is there a collision here? Huh. Was supposed to unlock a thing in the other world so I could go there and get a key from her. And she also opens a shop. But we're just going to live without her because, well... she fell through the world. Collision's right now. Oh. The Skylash not registering yet. Yep. Well, this mechanic, because I'm picking them up with the magician thing like that, I'm disabling their gravity and their collision so they don't just hit off everything. This new collision vest is terrible. And it's supposed to re-enable it before they hit the ground, but every once in a while it's a little slow about it, I think, so I need to do that. It's basically the mechanic from Control. Am I modeling all the characters? No, I made Poppet, I made Tinka, I made all the female victims for the most part. I made the toy maker, the serial killer. I made a couple of the male characters, but these ones I'm fighting right here I did not make. Now the collision is not as good as it was. I guess that change I made was not a good one. I thought it would improve the collision. I guess that, of course I thought that, because if I didn't think that, why would I have made it, right? Ooh, think about that one. I guess I don't need these necessarily, because I won't be able to purchase the upgrades since that character fell through the world. That's okay, I didn't like her anyway. Actually, I think the upgrades are just sitting there anyway, because I hadn't quite finished putting the thing in there for it. So... you get to see a portion of the second biome, which is basically like a Neverland, Wonderland hybrid thingy. Really? I got hit by a chicken? That's it? That's what's happening today? Yeah, this new collision on this is terrible. Oh well. What it is. That's fair. I mean, like, you know, I find you can use a lot of things to take models that already exist, and you can just strap things to them too. You'll see that later. There's one character where I realized that there's like a 14-year-old ghost girl who acts as kind of the de facto ruler of the place. And I realized that she would probably dress up her toys. So I took one of the bosses and made a small version of the boss and dressed him up in, you know, a little, like, you know, pretty princess dress, which I thought was hilarious. Because I figured that's exactly what she would do. Just play with her little toys. And it's like, okay, cool. Just dress them up all funny. So I'm going to make pirate versions of ones too, where they just dress up the toys in dumb ways. So, you know, you can make characters out of things that already exist too. But before we talk about the Empress, this is Twitch chat's fault because they suggested this one. Everyone's seen The Lion King, right? You hold them up, it's like circle of life thing, blah, 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 and all that. And then there's like the meme version of the circle of life thing where he just yeets Simba. So upon seeing this and having those, they demanded that you could yeet the turtle. Unfortunately, I locked away the ability to throw right now, so the best I can do is just drop it into the water, but, you know, we'll remember it's been yeeted. I recently just locked away the second ability where the magician could actually throw it. That makes it less exciting, but I'm not sure where you're going to get it at. So anyway, the Empress lets you grow and shrink plants. It's also got some other abilities, but, well, we're going to unlock one of them. It plays out like Bomberman for what it does, with exploding mushrooms and healing mushrooms. But I deemed it too powerful to just give away right at the like all at once, so I just locked away the abilities and put the ability to get the healing portion of it already. But the next thing to do was to give it the ability to do that. So for this particular test, we're going to live without it. Well, I guess if I cheated, I could get it. Wait, no, I didn't even put a card in for it, so I can't even get it if I cheat. Damn. Most unfortunate. Cheating was half the fun. Yeah, there's goodie boxes that they have little clues on where things are at. I'll go look over it in a second. I need to get my sanity back first. Water kills Poppet, so, you know, there is a tarot card to protect against it. UI flashing? I'm not really certain what UI flashing you're seeing, but... like on the tarot cards and the... there's flashing on them? Is anyone else seeing flashing on them? Maybe I'm weird. I'm just not seeing it, I guess. Yeah, these have little cryptic messages on where to find their key, and if you get them, you get special abilities for opening them. Flashing on the UI thing, really? It's like when I switch cards or something? There's gonna be a bunch of memories in the game because you're looking for a lost friend of yours who may or may not be here. And that's why he got killed in the first place by the serial killer who does this. Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, if there's something that people are, if I'm just missing something, I'd love to know. Because, you know, it's possible I just don't see it. But... yeah, like, I don't... I mean, there's plenty of flashing on the screen, so that the UI for the stream itself, which might be too flashy, and I made it like a week ago, and I don't know. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I made a reflection on something. Since they're in the UI itself, they're not actually part of the world, so like part of our camera. Alright, so because I got that, now I can actually get one of the keys from here. I think I can cheat my way up to this, right? Yeah, it's by jumping on the box. Yeah. I just put this one in. I decided to give this one out really fast because the first boss is incredibly hard without it. I'm gonna wait by a light real faster. Oh, yeah, whenever it's something you can do with it. So it is kind of stacking the crosshairs when it shouldn't be, but yeah, whenever there's something you can do with it, it flashes. Like here. Showing a little door symbol. It's supposed to actually not show the full crosshairs the whole time, but for some reason it's not removing it. One of those mini bugs. I'll close it because I'm just a cool person like that, I guess. I need to rig it so the collectibles don't show up after you get them. But it's fine. But yeah, that's just an indicator that you can do something with it. In this case, there's a little door symbol. This used to have a projectile, which is why it has a thingy. I'm going to get rid of it because it doesn't have a projectile anymore. I don't think it should have a projectile. I think I want it to, you know, be a beat stick weapon, not a... I guess the enemies haven't really spawned back again. Interesting. I wonder why it's up with that. I want it to be more of a beat stick weapon, just, you know, close range. I might tie the dodge to it, because the dodge is pretty good, though. That almost seems like a magician ability, honestly, but I don't know. I plan to have like 3 abilities for every one of the cards. And you have to find upgraded cards to do it, to get each new ability. And the ability to level up the things too, so this way you can get more damage or better stats in general on them. I got hit inside the box, that's impressive. I need to make the box count as a safe spot so they can't attack you in it. I say the things out loud, so this way I remember when I come back to it. And hey Creator Indeep, how's it going? Yeah, so the Magician could open windows too. I missed the platform. Wonderful. Look at the city while I wait. Not a very long wait here. And that new collision is terrible on these. Sometimes it's really good. I wonder what's up with that. Might just be that the ray traces just doesn't have a lot to hit on those guys. Whoa, that lag spike, wonderful. See, I gotta work on that city thing there. I'm happy that I learned the H-load so that it does show the city out the windows, and that's really cool. But this map is incredibly large, so... I actually had to remake the map. So I copied all the stuff from the other map onto this one, and one city block was actually larger. Actually, it was almost as large as the default open world level for when you make an open world level in Unreal. I was like, oh, okay. Now we see how really big this secretly is. This is not supposed to be here, so I'm not going to get it. That's cheating. It's there for test purposes. I'll break these because I can. The aerial attack actually has the best collision for some reason, so I tend to use it the most. Doesn't always work too well, but... No. Oh, that's right. I got the Empress's heal ability. So, the Empress has 2 abilities. The one that I have unlocked right now will create these little mushrooms that they count to 10, and then they become active. Anything nearby them will trigger them, and it'll heal everything nearby. You, the enemies, the bosses, you know, anything that's in the way gets a heal. And there's a damage version of it, but like I said, I kind of locked that away and didn't put a way to unlock it, so we're just living without that one for the moment, though it is fun. Terrible for the tour, but good for the gameplay. These are also throwable at some point, but they do damage when you throw them too. Sadly, I locked that away too. Alright. See how easy it is to hit Patrick. Don't bite me. Mean. Get away from the mushrooms. Those mushrooms are mine. I guess we're both getting healed here. Most unfortunate. The menu life bar does not quite update as well as the other life bar, apparently. On the plus side, you can run to one side because if you look, he doesn't really have much attack on one side. Kind of for obvious reasons, right? As he hits me in the head. Wow. You know, that's just rude. I guess we're both getting healed now. It's the downside of the Empress. The less good healing, because I used to have the Star, which traded sanity for health, and oh my god, that thing was so overpowered. Sure, it did it over time, but it was still overpowered. It should also dodge more. He does have invincibility frames, so sometimes I'll miss because of the invincibility frames. He has, in his 3 phases, his second phase, he summons these little, singular helpers to start shooting things at you. His first phase, he mostly just tries to run up and hit you a bunch, which is probably the most effective phase over the second one, but not as effective as the third phase, which is just a lot of damage. There we go. Now we're in the third phase. He starts summoning legions of helpers, and he'll basically fly around. At least I didn't die there. Close. Get curse back real fast here. You do have to go spend time in the darkness. If you don't... Oh, those lights don't count. I might take the lights off the projectiles, because I don't think everything should have a light, but... We'll heal. Yay! Also, you get from the when you do the menu, you actually get a picture of whatever she's currently doing. I try to photobomb things. I make it where you can actually save them and name them, just so you can do like a Pokemon snap style thing, because it'd just be fun. Maybe there'll be some gameplay purpose, though I doubt it, because I don't really know how I'm gonna... I guess... How would I even go about that? Making the photos actually matter? I don't think it's going to be a gameplay. I think it's just a funny thing. Oh, it's all good for us. Lurk working sounds good to me. I've lurk worked in many a stream. Sometimes you just don't want to, like, game dev alone or work alone or, whatever you do for work. There's roughly about an hour of gameplay at the moment. It basically plays to the end of the demo. I just don't have any story in or tutorial stuff, so you just kind of have to know how to play. And there's still plenty of bugs to deal with, too. I'm looking at getting the demo released probably in spring, early spring, and hopefully the game release in October, but we'll see on that. I mean, that's the plan. But the size of this game is greater than the other ones I've ever made, so it's possible that it might take me longer than anticipated. Though I don't know, ever since I started streaming it, I've been getting stuff done a lot faster on it. Those little guys can trigger the heal too, so... I wish I had the super mode so bad for this fight. I usually, if I'm doing a quick thing there, I'll pick it up just to make the battle go faster, but you're not supposed to have it for this fight. So I have to test it as though I'm playing it for real. Every once in a while, just to see how I'm going to balance things. For the most part, a lot of stuff's already set in stone for where like the positioning stuff's going to be. The only thing that's not up and set in stone is where the unlocks are going to be and where like any upgrades are. Also, I'll probably tweak the enemies, like what's available in each area. Because, well, that's just part of the balance, honestly. A couple of rooms feel like there might be a few too many enemies. Oh, guess Patrick's getting a heal on this one, huh? Yep. Well, you see, it was chat that named him. I think you can guess why he got his name pretty easily. I'm just saying, it's exactly the meme reason you think that chat would name him Patrick. 100%. Sanity is still a problem. I've been bouncing between these two lights. Later enemies will actually turn the lights off on you, and you'll have to turn them back on mid-fight. Some enemies be more powerful in the darkness. But this is the first area, so we're not gonna do mechanics like that in the first area. Look, I can fly! I love those explosions. But yeah. Someone thought that, well, okay, a lot of people think that he looks like Patrick from SpongeBob, so that's how his name became Patrick. And he became everyone's favorite meme enemy, too. I gotta make some emojis for him or something. Alright, so I have the chapel key, which is what I came here for. Oh, you guys can all stay in there. These enemies like to run away, and then they'll wind up and try to launch themselves at you. Like a top. Did you see that there? Oh, I didn't really ever truly cover it, but basically, Poppet was killed looking for her friends and or her friend who went missing, and she had come to this like toy factory, actually a toy store in the middle of the night because that's where her friend had last been seen, kind of looking around there, and she got killed by the same serial killer that killed her friend, right? And so she wakes up in here as a doll and finds all these bizarre things going on. So clearly, the toy maker happily puts souls into dolls and, well, you know, does a lot of weird, twisted things. And along the way, you'll figure out why, but there was never any real explanation for the voodoo dolls given. But you'll encounter, like, oh, actually, we'll explain this mechanic for us. So there's possessed objects in the game. As you can see, if you try to do anything with them, they'll just, you know, not let you. But if the Hierophant's active, you can use them like platforms. Yeah, you'll, back to the story thing, you'll quickly discover that, you know, these are her toys. As for why they're being made for her, well, you'd have to play to find that out, because, you know, it's not really stated early on at all. The real question you gotta ask yourself is why not voodoo dolls? Right? Yeah. I mean, I'll spoil a little bit of, like, you know, the, of, you know, the ghost girl and all that. And all these toys being hers because she quickly shows up as a potential partner to play with or a threat, depending upon how you want to look at it. Also, This is my Annabelle reference. She has the same warning as in the Warm Museum. She's friendly, you can tell. See? She smiled at me. That's how you can know she's friendly, right? If not friend, why friend shaped? It's important to note. I like to put lots of little references to like creepypastas and things in here, so you will find all sorts of haunted doll references and popular creepypasta things. As long as it's doll related or toy related in some way, shape, or form, right? I really hit that, didn't I? Oh my god, I missed it. Like the first time I've ever missed that jump. Fair enough. I wanted to do it again because I felt as though I hadn't done it right the first time. Technically, I did not do it right the first time. Those lights are kind of irritatingly placed, and that's partially because, you know, make it harder. This does drain your curse. You do have to hurry up. But I'm pretty generous with this one. There's a lot of points where you can actually get it back pretty easily. You can tell by the light change. If it's purple, she's in the dark. I went with the, like, you know, Pixar, DreamWorks, Illumination style darkness, where, you know, purple is darkness, not black. Because, well, it's just hard to see in black. Like, the early versions of this were in black, and you couldn't see half the time. It's like, this game's really cool looking, except for I can't see it. So is it really cool looking? I don't know. It did have a different feel about it, though. That's true. Some rooms are darker than others, though. We'll see. You'll see soon. Okay. We don't hit that. Really? Oh my god. I'm missing the easiest jump. I wanted to do it again. Yeah, it was just impossible to see things. Originally, when I was doing a dilapidated warehouse where all this was happening, but I couldn't really find enough assets to make a dilapidated steampunk warehouse a thing. Like, steampunk's hard enough as is. So it's stuff like, you know, like 1928 or something like that. It's very, basically plays the toy maker out like he's Jack the Ripper versus anything else. Except for a couple decades later, because, well, a lot of the steampunk assets look more like, you know, post-1900. And Jack the Ripper was like 1800s. So, not quite perfect timeline, but similar concept. This is supposed to be the first Terrafant room. I should probably make it easier because, you know, this is where you get the thing there, so it shouldn't be this hard for... If it's hard for me sometimes, then I definitely miss this one more than a few times. But if it's hard for me, it's probably going to be pretty bad for a player. That's why we test. I might move those lights. But this is really... The only time I usually fall is those lights, so... Oh my god. Never even missed it this many times in a row. How am I terrible today? I didn't move those, right? Okay, well, the tour is taking a brief pause here because apparently I can't beat my own jumping thingy. What's awful is I've ran through this like over 50 times, so I should have no problem with it. But here we are. Missing a jump that I have never missed until now. But yeah, I've been messing with the visibility thing for a while. It just came down to you can't play the game. Like, it's not a horror game. There's horror elements in it, but it is in fact a Metroidvania. So as a Metroidvania, you have to be able to see to jump. I know it's weird, but you do. So by doing that, it made life a little easier. If I miss it this time, I'll probably just, you know, do it. Well, I guess I can't really jump out of it. I gotta do it. If I jump out of it, I'm gonna have to change a bunch to make it work. Yeah, see, it's not even that hard of a jump, but till today, it's like the hardest jump in the world. You know. Yeah, there's supposed to be something in here too, but just like here, I put goodie boxes everywhere for this stuff. I'm probably gonna have a few less of them, but these are friendly landmines. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, my method for deciding difficulty is if it's hard for me, the guy who's been testing it all this time, then it's going to be incredibly hard for the players, and it should not be the case. It should be easy for me because it's going to be that much harder for them since they don't have all the experience playing the game that I do. So it shouldn't. The game should not be difficult for me because then that's just going to be really a bad player experience, unless you're making a game that's intentionally incredibly hard. But with now hundreds of hours of testing and building every single thing from it, knowing every secret in the game, I shouldn't build it for me to have a challenge. That's a bad idea. Alright, so this is Charlotte. She'll periodically show up. Right now she tries to reach and pull you into the darkness. If she catches you, it's basically, you know, sends you back to the respawn. Just an instant kill. However, it's, you know, she's basically a pit for all intents and purposes. It's not like I can just have pits everywhere. It's supposed to be a working toy factory. Actually, a working toy store. But yeah, as far as difficulty goes, that's really my master plan, is I'm just making the game where it would be easy for me because I've played it that many times. And I definitely am being cognizant of that. If it's like, wow, this seems like it's hard for me to do it. And if I'm missing it over and over, it's too hard. But like I say, I'm also not aiming for like Dark Souls. I want the game to be like, I might have like a hardcore mode, or I guess a popcore mode, since they're Poppet and everything like that. Haha, and all that. But playing words. But I actually toyed with the concept of having you'll have only one night to beat the game, which means you have 12 real hours to beat the game. Well, 12 gameplay hours basically, and that's it. And it just have it time you. And maybe I'll have that as like the hardcore mode, where it's just like, oh, you really have this long to beat it. But that'll depend on how long the game actually turns out to be, because I only thought the game would probably be like 10 to 15 hours in the first place, so. But to be fair, I'd have a very small subsection of the game to really figure out. I have like one floor of a 7.5 floor building done, so. And without story, it takes basically an hour. You know, assuming you don't fall over and over like a weirdo like I was doing. There's a hidden key in there I'm gonna grab. She can duck, it's just not many places are using it yet. Oh yeah, if anyone in chat has a weird message to add to this, you know, nothing that's obscene or anything, it's, let me know, because I just add meme things to it. They're not going to make the final game. It's just for testing. You know, something fun for chat to do. I just have an array it pulls from, so, you know. Oh, there's one more key to grab. I put this key here because every time I went through this room, I never bothered to look in that space over and over, and I figured if I was going to miss it over and over, players probably would too. This is an optional room. It lets you get a bunch of keys that shortcut places, and also a power-up that you can find later. But I could have also gone back through the pipes and got to the library the other way, because where I'm heading right now is the library. No, not even fighting them because I don't need to. Goodness knows there's a bunch of fighting in the library. In the library, you almost can't avoid it. Making the max most your difficulties is strategy and controls. Place this over and over. Alright, over there. Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be hard. I mean, you know. You definitely have to let other people test it, but then the hard part of that is how do you protect your, you know, game from being stolen by handing out things like that. I guess you can run, you know, non-disclosures, but I don't know. If they do it anyway, it's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do now? Fight him in court? I don't have the money to fight someone in court. So I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to do the testing for other people. There's the thing I was talking about earlier, like a while ago, when I said that would have the ghost girl dress up the other dolls. Where I made Patrick there. Who has been affectionately dubbed Patricia. Because of the fact that, you know, I just figured she would do that, just name him like that. And it was deemed amusing enough that you were hard to hit. Ow, hurts. There's a lot of minions here. Also almost out of sanity here. The library has too many enemies in it because you just get mobbed right at the start. This is one of the things I was gonna, from the last test, saw I need to remove a bunch of enemies, so it's a little less ridiculous. At least put them a little farther in because they just mob you, like right at the as soon as you run in the room. You could leave the room and they would despawn, but then they would all be back, so you're welcome to leave all you want. You're still gonna have to kill them eventually. Or some of them. Mm-hmm. Oh. I could actually take the way through here. Get out of this area. I guess I don't technically have to fight. Bouncy couch. Yay! Huh, you're not locked away, huh? Well, these are supposed to be locked away, but I'll just have to relock them. So many questions. That alpha team for that, can't really say I trust them, but at least it's a small group. That's fair. Yeah, I don't want to do yet on that. So anyway, if you normally you would unlock the painting, you'd have the ability to go to and from there, but since I didn't do that, I did technically unlock this character, even though I wasn't supposed to. And she shows them how to thing like that, and you can actually buy upgrades to the things by simply having the it does like a Zelda style thing. Supposedly it does. Supposedly it does? Or maybe it doesn't. Okay, well they're broken. Fair enough. Anyway. I think these ones over here will work. The other ones are not even supposed to be there yet. They're supposed to spawn in with the shop, but I haven't finished that yet. Or maybe they don't work anymore now. Is that the thing? Did they get changed? Okay, well, never mind. I lied. Well, I can just collect them because they don't have a must buy on them. Sure, whatever. So it's supposed to have a thing where it gives you a dialogue thing you want to buy it or not, and just they're floating in the world, and just randoms them with the, you know, whatever's available. Hey Tinka, how's it going? Paintings I've unlocked. Okay. At least the this is the first time all this stuff has actually worked for the most part, as far as the traveling between the levels and all that, and having the nav mesh work. Because I did one where everything worked except for the nav mesh, and it was really awkward. The whole thing was awkward. So expecting the shop to work too, I mean, come on, I only get a little bit there. Oh, you can see more of the city, yay! Well, one block anyway. You can only expect one thing to work at a time. One new feature per run. Alright, let's see if I flood this jump too. I'm actually playing on a keyboard and a mouse, and I'm in argument on whether the keyboard and the mouse actually is easier than the controller. Like, because in these 3D games, the thing is with the keyboard and mouse, you have movement and camera control at the same time very easily, but with the controller, you don't. So 3D jumping is actually a lot harder with a controller than it is with that because of the camera. Because then now you're sitting there going, okay, well, one directional thingy moves the camera, and one moves the player, and then one button jumps. Wait, that's three things you need to push. That's weird. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that, because I'm sure people are going to want controller support, which I did include. I just don't know how I can make it play better. You know? But in all my testing so far, it has not played well with the with having that. Oh, he threw a bottle at me. Wow, that's a jerk. There's light cubes you can throw places in order to move the light around, or just carry them. They shrink you when you carry them, though, so don't carry them for long. Oh. Oh, you can tap this. Oh, I need to make this larger because I tapped this and they despawned. Wow. Yeah. I did this, right? And they despawned, but because I was still in the room part way. That's good to know. I've discovered a way to cheat my own game. I'll need to fix that in the future, obviously. I used to be a speedrunner, so, like, a long time ago, with, like, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Jet Set Radio, weird games. Actually, Jet Set Radio feature. And I would also go out of my way to, like, you know, break MMOs and things like that. Just, you know, fall through the world, get into places I wasn't. See content that wasn't out yet. I'm used to trying to do things that just break games. Just to see what happens. Like, oh, this is exploitable. Let me do that. Perfect. 110% best plan. Right, so test it for. Hey, outside world. I still need to put a lot of, like, you know, collectibles in, more enemies in certain places, less enemies in others, balance things a lot, and I need to add in a couple of jumping puzzles to get to stuff later, so you can unlock extra abilities that just aren't even in the game yet. Well, they're in the game, they're just not accessible anymore. And that kind of sucks. That's not fun. And work on the AI, because some of the boss fights are probably at like the 50 to 60%. Like, there's some good stuff that they do, but it's not quite there yet, you know? Like, there's ways to cheese them that just isn't very fun. Like, I mean, they're too easy to cheese. Like, I don't mind if you cheese a boss. Knock yourself out. Go ahead. But the way you cheese them has to be not so, like, blatantly obvious that just everybody does it, because then it's not very fun. I want you to feel like you earned it. You gotta earn cheesing my game, okay? You can cheese it all you want, but I demand you have to think at least a little. There's supposed to be a key up here, so I run this test. I get up here anyway, even though it's not here yet. Just to remind myself to do it. What was actually here, though, is back in that storage room, I actually picked up the key for this. Yes! The Fool Super! Yes! Yes! The Fool Super, what it does is it makes the Fool grow big. As you know, it's just more fun when it's giant. Doesn't last for very long. It's not balanced at all. It's way overpowered at this point. Yeah, there should probably only be like 2 Patricias in here. Taking a lot of damage. Maybe even 1, because they have like the first 2 phases of Patrick available to them. They're kind of obnoxious. Probably a little too powerful, all things considered. I was just like, what if I just made a small version of the boss with less health and only their first 2 phases? What could go wrong? I might need to up the collision on these somehow. It's just not the best. One of them died. Someone's about to get healed. No, whatever. I got healed. I actually got the key to the library a while ago, but what I actually picked up from that room was the key to the playroom. I might make her jump out of the smoke sooner. I don't know. It's kind of a long run back to this though, so I always have very low sanity by the time I hit this point. This is where I introduce a different mechanic, where Charlotte actually will chase you some. It's not written anywhere yet, but the rules of this place are pretty simple. Enemies aren't really in here yet, so I gotta add a bunch of things. This room is pretty bare bones, but it introduces a new thing here. You have safe spots. You're in it, it says safe. Woohoo, you're safe. By Charlotte's rules, you cannot be hurt. However, she'll spawn and wander around, and if she catches you outside of one of these spots, well... it's a one-way trip back to the respawn point. The respawn point is outside of the room, so you will have a trip to do it. And as you can see, she's wandering. I made her slower than you, so... currently, multiple of them can spawn at the same time, which is obviously kind of hard and... oh, not the way it should be. Uh-oh. They're random when they spawn and how long they stay out. The variance isn't huge, but it is enough to be annoying. It's the first time me testing it with the variance too, so we'll see how much harder it is. It's like if the pit's moved. Oh, she's... uh-oh. We despawned? That's cool. Did this one despawn? Uh-oh. I gotta time this one. Oh no. He's totally there. I gotta keep an eye on this one. Oh, oh, it's actually on the other side of the wall. Whew. I was like, oh crap. Run for... oh, okay. Really? Really? You're gonna make my life that hard? I will get through this successfully. I might not have left enough time though for the distance on this one. We're about to find out. I need to give her a noise for when she's out too. A lot of sound effects aren't in the game yet. So I'll run for it now. See if I can make it to the next point really quick. I just won't even look back there. If she's behind me, I don't want to know. Okay? Like, I don't want to know. It's fine. I might even put some jump scares in here too, just to run with it, but we'll see. Best ad break time ever. Whatever. What you doing? Run for it! Run for it! Make it. Oh, I almost got it. We'll get to test the load. I did save, so we'll see if that works. Wait, it loaded here? These count? That's not right. Fair enough. Well, sure. Really? I have no idea why it loaded there. It should not have loaded there. I'm gonna laugh if it loads me in exactly the same location, because that's not how it's supposed to save, but... it does seem to be doing that. Also dead on the ground. Okay, so the respawn thingy is not doing what it's supposed to yet. Whoa. Okay, so... neat bug there, bro. I'm gonna let it kill me off from the sanity and see if it fixes the camera. If not, I might have to do the test just from this room onward. Knowing that the save points are... Not a thing. Alright, so we know the save thingy breaks. That's okay. I can just cheat back into here and continue the test without worrying about it. It didn't used to break too, which is awkward, but happens. It's fine. It's more fun if it breaks. It gives me something to do later, right? That how that works? That might be how that works. 10 out of 10, that's how it works. That was actually a bug with the jump scare itself that it would mess the camera up. I thought I disabled that because of how messed up the thing was, but all right. So we can cheat our way through this, make it exciting, and funny part was is the previous test that actually did work the save points. Do I need anything specific from here? Oh, I'm going to put this in this room since I can't get it any other way. Just to make this fight not terrible. And besides, I earned it in the playthrough anyway, so it's only fair, man. It's only fair. Yeah. Thing from in here. I'm busting it out. Okay. Oh, I'll show you how the Empress's healing thing too. Okay, well this is much harder test to do now if I don't put these here. I didn't copy paste it. Game was not meant to play out of order. But that's okay. Need this one and the other one too. I don't need them for that room, so I'm going to dump them in this room to make it, where I have all the stuff you're supposed to for this. And what the hell, I'll do the Empress 3 too, just so we can have all the fun with the explosives too. Why not? Okay. And one quick test here to make this easier on ourselves. So far, it's pretty hard to beat the room with this, the randomization weight on that, but whatever. Actually, I'll just leave it as it is. All right. Let us continue. Only this time with feeling. And then I'll figure out why the save points are broken. Almost dropped myself on a landmine. Nice. I definitely plan to include some more horror elements in the game, like with various random things that are a little more off. Also mixes up the gameplay some, you know? We're watching this one. I want them both to come towards me so I keep track of them because they can spawn in multiple locations, but that one's gone outside the room somehow? Best not to even look back. I don't want to know that the killer's behind me. This is like a horror film now. I'll get my sanity back, and then I'll stand outside of here temporarily just to see if I can get her to... There she is. Hello. I gave you the smoke to help out, but I really think that there needs to be a sound cue. Oh, she's over there still. We're just playing on, you know, popcorn mode where you only have one life to live. We're not going to risk it this time. Last time I tried to get all crazy because I thought I had whoa, that was close. I thought it was like, you know, I had save points to back me up. If I had known I didn't, things would have played very differently. It's basically like skydiving. When you know you have a parachute, you're totally willing to jump out of the plane. However, if you don't have that parachute, jumping out of that plane doesn't seem so good anymore. That's the situation in a nutshell. I'm not gonna do this necessarily. Seems to be gone. Is not gone. Now she's gone. Run for it! I did put a few enemies right there, but... yeah. Just run, don't look, just run. Quick. The second half's way easier than the first half. I'm watching. Oh, there she is. I might have been able to make it past that, you know, curve there, and it would have been fine. I know I pulled this out. I'm not gonna... There's nothing really to fight. What you doing? Run for it. Run for it. Just make it to the next one as quick as possible. Woohoo. No. More tense if they're random. That's true. Like the timing being completely random. Well, within like a 6-second spread, I think. Maybe 10 seconds for how long they stay out the spread, and 6 seconds for how often they spawn. If memory serves. Oh. Whew. That was close. Hello there. Hello there. Did you despawn? I don't even know. We're about to find out. Running for it. I'm not going that way. I do need some sort of sound for it. It's really hard to tell. Back in the box. I'm not as concerned about that one, because I don't think she can get me. I'm mostly worried about the other one, which hopefully is will despawn soon. Uh-oh. We're about to find out which one despawns. Despawn? Uh-oh. Still there? I think she's gone. That's the one on the other side of the wall. More than one. Why won't you go away? You keep coming back. How long before you despawn, lady? I was trying to angle my head to look around. This hasn't despawned yet at all. Is she glitched? I don't know, it's impossible to beat the room if she's glitched. When do you go away? I think she's glitched. She should have despawned a long time ago, so you have a chance to get through here. My way to beat her is if she happens to randomly go down one of these side paths here so I could run past her. Uh-oh. We tag teamed. Really? Yep, still there. I don't think I can beat her at this point. I gotta hope she runs over here. I may have to bypass this room if she's broken. That's the second one. Go this way. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. There's not enough empty space to get through. All right. There's two of them. Wait, what? Okay, well, I just got scammed there. I guess you can just spawn as many as she wants out of that one? Good to know. Good to know. I think there's probably a thing where they can despawn and respawn super fast. So, oh, well, like the timing on them is like it'll call a despawn, but then there's not enough time. Like they haven't spawned yet, so then it spawns after or something. Like the order's wrong. So rather than deal with that, when you make changes and haven't tested them yet, we're finding out the long way here. We'll just drop into this room right here. I have a key right by the door. But when I want to show like other stuff off and things are broken. Like that. Not that saving matters a lot here. I guess that door is not quite on the hinges, but that's okay. Alright, so. Normally these clocks would sit there, and my mate's steampunk clocks, they would tell you how long you've been playing. But since I just did a restart, they're not telling you that. Also, now there's a painting here too. Which I needed for a reason, and the reason is not relevant anymore right now, but there's a character you can rescue, and I just figured it was easier than carrying her. Why did I jump off this without actually hitting this? Easier than carrying her out of this room. So many questions on what I was aiming for with that. You can actually jump up this leaf here. Jump here. How to properly platform a plant. Important questions. After beating this room, you would then need to go over the top portion of it, the Hierophant puzzle. Which of course would be incredibly punishing, because if you miss a jump, you would fall back into the maze and have to do it again. But that's okay. The maze is currently in concept phase, so well, it's called the playroom, but it definitely needs to have a few extra things added to it. She needs to be not infinite spawning. That's probably a good start. She will reach you out of these reach out of the smoke and try to grab you here. So I do need to speed it up though, because it's not long enough. It's not. There's too much time. It seems like there's just way too much time. Normally I would cheat my way through this because you can usually run past her if you're down there, but I am not doing that this time at all. We're playing it straight this time. I guess. Oh, there she's like, I'm playing the smoke. Yeah? I'm like, no playing smoke. Yeah. If she was less glitchy, I would jump down in the maze and try to just run out that way through the door. But technically there's a bunch of other things you can get by going to all these other places here, but since she is glitchy right now, we're exiting out the jumping puzzle layer. Sometimes you gotta make it look easy, right? There's an ad break going? Really? I'll wait for the ad break to go fight the boss. I'll take a quick bio break while that's happening. 1 second. All right. Let's see here. No commercial break there. So, other than the playroom, things were going pretty well. The playroom, not so much, but it used to work, right? But like any good game dev, I break as many things as I fix. It's a skill. So, the main mechanic of this fight here is that she summons a voodoo doll of you. And the voodoo doll of you, whenever it takes damage, you take the damage. Because, you know, it's a voodoo doll of you. You can't pick up the voodoo doll and carry it around. Protect her. Also, I'm taking a real beating. You want to pull the Empress out, maybe? Oh. I forgot to actually just unlock the Empress entirely in the first place. Gonna need that for this fight. 1 second. It's the only healing I got. Probably important to have. Because it's a long fight, and you're supposed to have healing for it. Fair enough. Why am I duplicating? Don't duplicate. Normally you would have picked every one of these up, so it's not like I'm totally cheating, but you know. Just cheating a little at that point. Technically, I guess the Magicianals wouldn't be unlocked either, or maybe they are unlocked by default. I know the secondary abilities are not. But it wasn't letting me equip it, so we'll see. It'll work now, though. Right? Oh, good. I see, and there's the red version of them that explode. And the blue version that does the opposite. Disable all screen messages because I don't want to see that. Where'd you go? The voodoo doll vanished. What happened? I have questions. Whatever. I guess we're playing without that mechanic. This boss has a horrible bug with it where she picks a target that's not there. Also on the list of things to work with. Bug doesn't always happen either, but she's only got 2 legal targets, me and the voodoo doll, and usually they're both in the arena, and she still likes to pick a target in that direction, which I'm assuming her target she's deciding is at all zeros, and that's the direction of all zeros, probably. Which is why it's always that one direction. She just camps this corner for some reason. I just assume that must be what's happening. That's okay. Maybe the voodoo doll's outside. Is the voodoo doll out there now? I'm taking damage, so I can only assume that that's what's happening. I want to wail on her as much as possible before the third phase. It's a lot easier if she just stands there in a corner and doesn't ever try to fight you. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This is a surprise to nobody. But at least in her third phase, it sort of fixes her a bit because she'll spawn 5 new helper thingies here, like these new type of minions here. Get an invincible force field and then start spinning the battlefield, so it makes it harder to keep track of the candles or where your healing things are, because your healing things will float away, as you can see, so makes your life a lot harder. And she'll keep doing this too, so you only have brief windows where you can actually hurt her. How can you hit this thing? I really gotta work on the collision there. That it just makes this battle so much harder. And it misses all the time. What you doing, pal? You just doing your thing, huh? Just gonna camp in the center because just like in a racetrack, the distance around the outside is obviously, you know, much larger, so it's much better to be on the inside if you want to try to reach the, you know, each area. When you try to run against the outside there, oh my god, you will never get anywhere. It takes so long to reach anything. So coming to the inside is pretty handy, actually. These are so annoying, they keep running away. She summons these two throughout the fight as well, just to make your life a little harder. direction she spins it is random, so I forgot I made that change. It used to always be in the same direction. It's just so annoying in this fight. Oh, I guess the voodoo doll came back. She does have a thing that summons them all back to the center, so that's probably what happened. It fixes the bug, basically. Cannot reach her. He's gonna do the thing again. Unfortunate. Yeah. She's a bit buggy, but the premise of this one is she summons a voodoo doll of you, and the voodoo doll of you, whenever it takes damage, you take the damage instead. You gotta protect that throughout the fight. And then in different phases, she does different things. She summons a lot of voodoo dolls to help her, but she also has a force field that she summons, and she summons 5 special minions that as long as those are around, she cannot take damage. These ones here. And then she spins the battlefield too, just to mess with you. Like a giant merry-go-round. Makes it harder to reach the candles and your healing things float away, so the battle gets much tougher. She also has a horrific bug that causes her to want to sit in one area and just try to attack something that's not even there. So, which is what she's currently doing, so the battle's easier than it's supposed to be at the moment. Unlike that playroom I did earlier, which was harder than it was supposed to be. By harder, I mean impossible. The fact that the collision doesn't let me hit as often as it should is a little awkward. I should be able to wreck these really quickly, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to expand their collision. You can see that already. Yeah, she's hiding around here somewhere where the force field is. You can see it. Let me get my heals here. Heals. Heals. Explosive ones? I guess I can just let them loop around there and start blowing things up that way. A weird way to do it, but they just go woo woo, and then nah. The little bomberman mushrooms are awesome. Where are you at? You're your last one. Yeah, she should be charging after me and fighting. And yet, she just keeps running back to that spot, and it's really hard to get her because she doesn't seem to want to fight. Which is making it very hard to win this fight because as long as she's running away, after a certain period of time, she'll bring the force field back, so you gotta kill these minions again. It shouldn't take this long, but like I say, it's weirdly missing just over and over. And it just shouldn't be. Especially with the super, which is huge. Well, that'll be the first bug I fix, because it's obnoxious to have to try to beat the demo with the worst hit. I found a bug where it was actually hitting their damage widget and their health widget. Like, that was really what it was hitting above them all this time. It was invisible on them, but it was what was hitting them. It was never hitting their actual collision capsule. I got rid of that because it was causing problems with targeting things. But now the collision is so much less reliable on the collision capsule than it was on the other things. Now it should be somewhere, but it kind of glitched at the start of this fight because why not? Why wouldn't it glitch? And it's over there now, I think. You chasing it? No? Yeah, I picked it up at the start and then it was just gone. And I'm like, what happened? I don't know. I'm just going to continue the fight because I have no idea. And that's kind of where we're at now. It's just like, well, I guess I just continue the fight. Normally you can mop these enemies up really fast because they're not that powerful, but they seem almost godlike right now. But with their random dodging. Find a candle real fast to stand by. But yeah, this new version has new bugs. I fixed the other bugs from the last stream that were causing a lot of problems, but can I hit you now? She keeps running away. This whole battle is taking a million times longer because she refuses to fight. Which is so bizarre. So she keeps spawning her shield again, which is very time consuming. I'm so glad it got the heal. Thank you. Gotta keep up with these mushrooms. They are... Jumping is not the way to do it, evidently. I'm using them on the inside here because out there apparently is so hard to reach them. He's clearly hitting something. Wow. She's beating on the voodoo doll, I think. I think the voodoo doll is currently invisible or something from a bug. That's my guess. Or I'm taking damage from being hit by that. I don't know. What's over there? No, that's a health thingy. Why are you unhittable? If it wasn't for them being like dodging all my hits, this would have been over a while ago, but here we are. Yeah, it's just missing over and over. Hard mode, she just basically has like 10 extra health because all these things are not working. Also, I shouldn't be healing on the outside like this. I run the risk of healing her. Why am I healing them? I need to explode them. She needs to have a limit on how many she can spawn. It usually doesn't matter because you can actually hit the things, but if you see I just keep missing every time. It's making it almost impossible to win this fight. I have no health left. Oh, to go hit her. That's unfortunate. I might just have to call this fight because it's getting so laggy from the other thing there. And I can't seem to hit anything. Which is making this really hard. Really hard. Trying a new strategy because those are difficult to get to work right now. So I can't seem to hit them with the other thing. Hoping the explosions just blow them up. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I can actually kill them fast enough because of the fact that I keep not hitting them when you hit them. Does make it hard. Probably should just call it. Fix that bug and then try it again without that bug. I'm gonna have to test this fight a million times anyway. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and fix that bug. It's just driving me nuts. Well, in theory, when you would beat that, that'd be the end of the demo. But since I've made it almost impossible to win. Possible, I guess, but is it really? Shouldn't look like it. So what I'm going to do is like have an additional thing. Like maybe the mesh can have it too. What do I have to say? I think it's like just a custom pawn. Actually, I can just do custom. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick test of this because this is just insane. It's just like the worst thing ever. Well, it wasn't a successful demo anyway, because I had to deal with a broken bug anyway, so it's not like it's ruining my world for it to be completely broken in another way. I will successfully get it to play through without any kind of bugs, though, eventually. That's just too often missing, even then. It's a little more accurate that time, but still whiffs. They need a bigger collision on them or something. Can a collision have a hitbox? Actually, don't do this. Add it to the NPC, because it looks like I can have it, so it's fine. I just want a collision that is slightly larger so that it triggers the ray trace, right? And I'll just need to adjust it because it's just been a problem. Oh, it hits Sphere. Oh, this will take collision, I guess. Sure. I do the whole, you know, inheritance thing. So I have a parental blueprint, and then all of them share that. So this way, I don't have to go through and make changes like that. I don't need this extra sphere. That's not on the main thing. Now I can just do this, and I guess I'm going to have to reposition them on them anyway, all of them anyway, but I think I'll move it up on this one just a little bit just to save myself repositioning every one of them. Move it to about center mass, and then it'll save like an additional move on like 10 enemies or something. And over time, a million, like, you know, 50 enemies probably, but we'll get to that part. So let's expand this here. Now that should block the ray trace as well. I thought the enemies would be big enough. Bigger enemies tend to be easier to hit, but of course we were seeing them miss like crazy last time, so. I have so many questions for how I got here. Managed to go through the ground. Well. There you go. Probably an issue with the carpet plus that or something. Okay, so. Hopefully this improves the ability to hit, because this is just awful otherwise. Like, still whiffing. I think it's whiffing less often, though. Never mind. Okay, we're gonna adjust the ray trace location on this, too. With how often you hit things with this, it should be much better than it is. So let's make it visible. Actually, no. We're gonna make a permanently visible one. That one only triggers when you actually are, you know, swinging. This one I just wanted to, you know, always be going. One frame is fine. Then I can go to the weapon. There are weapons. The Fool. And then... So the Fool's not actually visible, but I could make it visible, I guess, if I wanted. I probably need to. So I can make it appear in, I actually use I make the material disappear using a material property. And one of the free things that got given to me by Epic. Which reminds me, if you haven't got the newest stuff from Fab, it came out 2 days ago. Because they do it twice a month now, so there's 3 more free items, so you should get them. Just saying. Not everyone seems to know they do it twice a month now, so now you do. Get them. Do it. You will not regret this. I mean, you might, probably won't, but maybe. Okay, so the arrows of the ray trace comes out of it. It's supposed to be out of the bottom of the weapon, but you can definitely tell that it's apparently not connecting. And it should be. Line trace length. It It won't show up in this, obviously, but I'm gonna drag it farther back. I'm really tired of it whiffing. You know? Not real fast. Definitely going out of the back of the weapon. I don't see it coming out of the front at all. They do have invincibility frames. Still whiffs pretty hard. Not as hard as it used to. Like, it's hitting a lot more often. That's good. I gotta delete that mini pop-up there. It doesn't need to be there. One that's spamming the woohoo I'm free. I was gonna have her talk in the fight. It's definitely hitting way more often. I might extend the line trace a little more though. So let me copy that to the YouTube one. So let's extend it out a little more. I'm really tired of missing all the time. Maybe I should just let it hit their collision on the on their health bar and damage bar, because apparently that was better collision than the actual mesh in the capsule. Because I'm working out the visibility channel, so. She might be swinging it too fast because you just see it going so quick, but maybe I need to slow these attacks down a little. I need to make another graph for like dialogue and stuff like that. Just a bunch of extra weird things that are like the dialogue and shop graph probably. Wait, no, the attack thing is... It's on Terragraph. It's basically a weapon graph, for all intents and purposes. Make this better. For what it's worth, I got most of the way through the demo without it completely breaking, so that's actually not... I should probably take that as a win. I wonder... I don't even see it sticking out the end of it, so I wonder just how long it's supposed to go. Because it might have been that it just wasn't going all the way to the end of the weapon. Definitely colliding more often. I think it might have just been too fast. They do have invincibility frames, so I might reduce the invincibility frames on all the irregular enemies to almost nothing. I'll just make the default invincibility low. What's up here? You can have 1 second. I'm also gonna once again extend this trace just to see how far it goes. It's pretty good right now as far as how it feels, but let's make it like 400 and just remember 320 was the previous one there. I just want to see if it actually comes out the end of the weapon. It's possible I'm missing due to that, in which case, you know, probably should do something about that. Just saying. All right. That sticks out a little. So where is the end of the weapon? Let's say we do 360. Is that the end of the weapon? You can't see the ray trace in here, so there's no way to really show them the blueprints to my knowledge. But I should be able to find it pretty easily. Why did it seem like it got longer? There's also a super ray trace as well. Default line trace length? Wait a second. Well, that's because it has to revert back. I had to have 2 variables of that. They changed the other one for the super. I probably not that much actually. Like 600 is probably fine with that. But I definitely want it to be more forgiving on its hits. Because it's just awful otherwise. Why does it seem like it's the same link? Is it also somewhere else? Does seem like you have to be pretty close for it to even work very well. The end of the line trace doesn't seem to hit very well. After swinging it, the line trace got small. Okay, that's weird. Thanks for follow, temporary T. How's your day going? It's like as soon as I swing the weapon, it switches it back. Interesting. To a different number. Hmm. I swing it and then the line trace is not that? Now it's the length of the weapon. I wonder why it does that. As soon as it hits something, it changes it. That should help a lot. Just expanding their hitbox a bunch and without expanding their world collision, because then they won't get fit through anything and it's terrible, but slow the animations down. Helps a lot too, yeah. Longer ray trace. I'll probably do twice the ray trace length for the super. Guess I should test the super out as well. Also, I'm going to delete the little helper. It is just spamming at me. It was just so I could test to see if she spawned in the other thing, but she does, so good enough for me. The backup key can sit here for now. Its sole purpose is just in case things break. I'm good to go. I heard birds outside and then realized it was morning, and I'd actually switched my schedule to morning now instead of being up all night, and it was really weird for a moment there. I was like, am I even okay with being up in the morning? That's so weird. And I was like, oh wait, I actually slept a fair amount yesterday. I'm trying to be up in the morning. The game dev vampire in me or something like that. It's just like, Asando! My game dev powers. So we'll do 720 on the super line trace length, right? I'm gonna type line in. I'm gonna miss hit a key. Yeah, we'll do like 720 and see where that hits it. Because it's like approximately double size, so if it's double size, then in theory that'd be good. I mean, I would hope so, maybe. Yeah, it's at the end. That's good. It's weird that the initial one is so big for some reason. I don't know why, but I mean, it shouldn't be, but apparently there's like a default value that's not. It's supposed to pick that off the other. Oh, what's this? Oh, I'm messaging me real fast if I need to meet him later. All right, back to working on this here instead. It's interesting that second. It's interesting that it starts out as this line trace length, but the line trace length is supposed to be independent of these ones. I guess when you change on there, it's supposed to be different, but for some reason it starts out as the line trace length being huge. Which seems bizarre to me. I might change the default one to be, well, actually, I guess I don't really care what size it is. It's just weird that it changes it after like the first swing. Doesn't seem to count anyway. She knows. I mean, it seems like it works fine. The hit seems to be much better. I'm gonna go over and wail on things here real fast and test it out. Right? Right, it's not going to work very well, but I just want to see if it hits the regular enemies worth a damn. Because it felt pretty unbeatable previously. Oh, I didn't make the changes to the other enemies. Well, I made changes to this, so it might change some of it. We'll see if she's more hittable at least. She has invincibility frames, so I expect to miss controlling her invincibility frames. They turn red during their invincibility, so... So if she's red and I miss, I don't care. Way better. I don't know about healing her, but whatever, I guess I'm healing her. Or not, you can run away. Well, I guess I got one of the heals on her. I almost don't like the invincibility frames. It seems like there should be like a... I should just do a block or something. Oh. I didn't see the mushroom for a second there. I was like, what? Where did she go? I tried to pick her up again and she went flying. But to be fair, I guess I don't technically have the magician necessarily, so maybe it's not working because I haven't technically unlocked it. Possible. Keep healing her, so I'm not really accomplishing a lot in this fight so far. I forgot how deadly accurate she is. Okay, a chance to test against the other things here to see if they actually hit well or not. I forgot I also raised her health total by like 300 health from like, I think she had 400 previously. So she's like 700 now. That would take way longer. She didn't bug out in this fight, so now she's actually being a jerk, which is what she's supposed to be. They can still run away, though. That is true. I don't remember call over program, then run away. These are still hard to hit. Yeah, I don't remember programming them to ever run away at all. I think I just told them to do a random move, but it seems like they're always running away. It's pretty obnoxious, really, honestly. It's more often. I need to definitely increase their hitboxes on these things so they're more hittable than they were. Oh, she has her shield down. Whoa, what happened there? Apparently not infinitely hittable though. But it's definitely way better. Okay, well, I'm not going to sit there and continuously test it because I'm going to have to test it a bunch other times when I test every other thing, including fixing your AI, so not really accomplishing much by doing a perpetual test of trying to beat her. That might reduce her health total for purposes of the test. Alright, so I'm going to go through and increase the collision on all these things. That it is in fact significantly bigger. I was probably fine on this one there. I'll give you an unfair advantage. It's not that bad on Patrick, but it does feel like you miss way too often, so we'll give him like a bigger hitbox. They need to be able to fit in places, so I can't really, you know, increase their capsule size. Well, I mean, I could if I wanted, but that would just make them kind of lame. Mini Pop is just a tiny version of you. He's a midget. Actually, these are really tiny, just in general. It would be nice to give you a huge hitbox on him. Same thing with this one. Fortuna is the last one that actually is currently in the game. Actually, no, Patricia is also in the game too. And the regular voodoo dolls as well. These characters can be picked up by the magician, so I'm tired of it having a hard time targeting them. I used to target them, but definitely doesn't seem that great. Like the capsule on this is terrible. This one needed a big fix. Maybe not. Actually pretty close, but it does need this to be significantly bigger. To make my life a lot easier. Okay, and I think that's all of them. Right now is my to fix thingy here. Oh, I need to place keys so these things are actually gettable, because these abilities aren't even unlockable at all. And that's not what I was intending at all. Where am I giving out the Empress 3? The Empress 2 is in there. The Empress 3 can be... I don't know if I want this box here, or maybe I take the one out of here. Well, I don't know. Maybe I keep them both. This one I kind of don't like here because there's one right here. And then there's like one here too. They're pretty common, but this one's kind of set up already to be part of this. So I guess I could take it out. Do I have a chapel key anywhere? I don't even know. Magician key is supposed to be up here, so I need a magician key here, and the magician one can have, I guess, the other Empress? Wait. The Empress 3 is right there. I just need a way to the magician key. And we'll just put it in here as a side path from up here. We'll just delete the nav mesh, because I'm not going to build levels while it loads every time I move anything. Some of us don't want to be here all day moving things around, you know? Wait for the nav mesh to build. Okay, so. I could make it incredibly hard if I wanted. How hard do I want to make this? It could be an extended version of this where you get to the end of here and then you have to keep going. Also, I'm gonna move this over. And like this. I don't want it to be so hard to reach the, I don't really want you to hit this. Because I could make it where there's an additional thing where you go from here over to here and then up to here and then go all the way over to here to get the bonus one. Super hard mode. I guess to be fair, you are getting an ability for it, so it's probably, I'm going to want to make it hard at some point. I think, you know, for the actual game I want it to be hard, but if I have to keep on running tours, I don't know if I want to make it super hard for me to have to do it every time. Is that awful or what? Like, oh yeah, there's that, but then you could do this and... Also, I might make it harder, but for purposes just doing this, I think I'll save myself the trouble of I'll make one version that's the easy version and then go from there. I gotta disable the line trace too. Is your sanity all drop? That's okay, I don't care if I fall there. I gotta go test the key anyway, jumping back there wasn't necessary. Guess the Empress doesn't want to work if I don't have at least the other Empress one too. Huh. You'd be right. I just want to make sure this card works. Also, let's get rid of that weapon trace so I don't gotta remember anymore. I'm fairly happy with how it works at the moment, so I'll just get rid of all the extra crap that I don't need. What was wrong with that one? Because I should only need the Empress 2, not the Empress 3. So I'm just going to copy paste the card that works for certain. I was just testing that earlier and just put this one in because maybe I mistyped something. I don't know. Sure. I don't recall coding it that you need both of them. If you choose not to get an upgrade, you don't have to. It's not working. Oh. Because I'm a goofball. The reason this was working because I had the full 2, and that's why I didn't pay attention to it, but it's actually supposed to be Empress 3. I copy pasted. I was like right in the middle of this and all the upgrade stuff, and then I ran into the bug with all the start thingies, and it led to a whole stream of trying to solve that instead. First off, these are backwards. In general. Because I don't want you to let you use it if you don't have the ability. Sure. If we change this, like 100,000 or something, just lower the number that's loading on that real fast. Not that it matters, but I was just like, oh yeah. Okay, so worse when you have all of them. Do we even reach that point, or do I need to go into the woods on this one? Possibly I need to go into the woods on this one. Goodness knows, it happens all the time. Oh, it's getting stiff. So much standing. She doesn't have it. Okay. Oh, Tarot 0. Dumb. I see what the problem is. The Empress is the 3rd tarot. I could just have listed it as the Empress, but for some reason I numbered it based on the numbers on the tarot set. And I did it everywhere else, so I'm doing it here too. Oh. Changing it on the print string doesn't really make much difference, by the way. I don't know why I did that, but I did. Almost in place to change it where I need to change it, which would be dumb. I didn't recall coding it to need the other ones, so clearly I just had an error somewhere. And the error was just in a name. What's in a name? Apparently everything. Good to know. I mean, I always knew that, but you know. Now I know a little harder. And, you know, whatever works. I ain't judging. I mean, I'm judging, but I'm not judging. Judging. Okay. So... we have a thing for the Empress there. I need to put the Magician 2 somewhere, maybe in here. And a key for it. I don't even know what's going in this one. I don't even have another ability to put in here yet. I'll have to put something in, maybe just like a health upgrade or something, and then a key somewhere. Being able to throw stuff with the Magician's pretty good. I'll put the Magician 2 in there, I guess. Feels like there's almost too many of these boxes, but whatever. Don't need this one. I don't hate this one, but I don't want it here. I'll give you a reason to backtrack a lot to get upgrades. There's actually a key here that's easier to grab. I could put a Hierophant key all the way back here and force you to come back to this one puzzle right here. Be that guy. One last trip back to the carnival room. I don't know if I want to put a Hierophant puzzle here, but I could put a potted plant here. And the potted plant would be unsuspecting. The Hierophant's so obvious because there's weird floaty things that I would have to explain. So I really am reticent to put too many Hierophant puzzles before the Hierophant room itself. Because it's just such a weird mechanic that people will wonder why things are floating. I probably don't want it in the first room, though. That's a lot. But a potted plant is so inconspicuous. You could just put it anywhere. And it's completely acceptable. I was going to put a book somewhere. I need this table to jump on because it's, you won't make it otherwise. Could make that a jump. That makeable? Test. to put health upgrades and, you know, curse upgrades and sanity upgrades just all over the place that you can unlock, probably by getting keys. I don't think I'm just gonna have them like floating around. I didn't make that jump at all. I have no idea if this jump is possible. I think it's probably not. I went this one over a little bit. Maybe I can make it. It's barely makeable, but it's makeable in a way that looks like it's impossible, so I don't like it. I made the jump really badly. That's just on me. I think I made the jump harder somehow? Wait, what? Maybe I'll just put it over intentionally and not do this. It's kind of a lame jump. What I really want is a potted plant, though. Never enough potted plants, right? I do need this table here in order to reach that. I kind of want to line them up a little better, but maybe I don't. It is a little awkward that the table's kind of over here and this table's over here. I can't have a chair in front of them due to the fact that there's a lot less, like you can climb up it. And I really don't want that, you know? It's a problem. This pot could be like way smaller and I wouldn't mind. I don't know why it's so huge, but it doesn't need to be. You could actually probably jump onto that. Yeah, the chaos system. Yeah, you just go to the fraction thing here. Dude. Drag a thingy onto the map. Let me grab something that I want to break. Probably something that's actually something I really want to break. What I got? What would be fun to break? Could have a breakable barrel. Just go with the full meme. Do mini trash cans breakable? Yes, yes. Try something that actually fits what I'm doing. Fire hydrants? No, none of those ones. Doot 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 doot. Doot, doot, doot. I might just grab a random thing, but I usually want to pick something that's actually fun to break. So I have so much stuff. So many breakables. I can break these vases here. That might happen in a second. Anything better than a vase? Random statue. We'll just have a breakable base. It's fine. So drag vase onto level. We will make vase a size. We'll default it to a size 3. Whatever you default it to, keep in mind that's what it's gonna the size of the I'm just gonna leave one, never mind. It'll be that size for the geometry collection. Alright, so with this thing going, do this, fracture. New one with just it selected. I'm gonna add a thing here. Variables. Geometry jug, sure. Great geometry collection, neat. I usually just go with the cluster one. I usually just click it once and then click fracture. You can make lots of levels and change all these stats to figure whatever works for your game. Then armed with that, let me open up a destroyable thing here. Go over here real fast. I don't need the fracture anymore. Selection is fine. I'll put a normal one out so I can easily select it later. Just me being lazy. Find my destroyable parent. Create a child of my destroyable parent. Destroyable vase. Hey. We use this to quickly browse to that asset again. Oh, I dropped it out there. I'm just swapping out my geometry collections here. This geometry collection is... It has a different one in there. It doesn't have the fracture setup. It's definitely done differently. I did it so long ago on 4.26 that I don't believe I could tell you how it works now. It's really been years since I've looked at it, so pretending like I could tell you would be just a lie. Where is the geometry collection on here? Am I blind? I might be blind. I remember being near the bottom. That's right here. Jug. And for the static mesh, I set it also to the jug. I conveniently right-click to select. I'm probably going to default this jug to be slightly larger, like a 3, just in general. I'm going to default the whole thing, not just that. I mean, you could. I don't know much about Blender, so it would be pointless for me to offer my advice on Blender. It wouldn't be very good advice. It'd probably be don't do that and use Unreal Engine to do it. It's probably more memory efficient if you make it in Blender and do all that stuff. That's true. Wouldn't surprise me. These might be too small to hit, by the way. Might need to make them larger. Yeah, they're so small. Oh, it broke. It's a little small for my collision thingy. They need to be like way bigger than that. And I would just use Unreal Engine for everything, but that's because I don't know how to use the other ones, so it makes no sense for me to go, yeah, you should use this thing that I don't know how to use. No, I'm good. I'm just going to use the thing I do know how to use. Actually, we'll do this here. It should work fine. I'm just enlarging the whole root there. I needed different destroyables anyway. I've just been kind of lazy in putting stuff there. Oh, most of my characters are actually made in DAZ. I really don't do much modeling except for an Unreal Engine itself. Yep, you see it? There you go. Isn't that exciting? They break just fine. It should probably be slightly bigger anyway. Also trying to simulate this, well... Oh, I see. I need to go through and do things. When you do physics, you can't use complex collision. A simple. which it did for a lot of things because Poppet's so tiny that these things act as platforms for her, so it actually matters that the collision is close. We're going to change that. Project default, show simple collision. It's an atrocious mess, of course. Everything I expect. It should be terrible. We'll use the convex thingy and see if it can cheat my way to victory with usually about halvesies first. I'll do the full one if it's not going to do it. That's pretty close. Not that close. It's actually terrible. Fine, you win. But yeah, I do not have incredible skill with modeling with all kinds of random things like that. At some point I'll probably invest more time in it. If I can take some kind of a shortcut, and I usually often do. I mean, I don't use AI, but definitely whatever gets it done fastest. And that's pretty good for custom characters. It's a little small. Don't get the warning anymore. Dun 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 8 dun dun dun. Huge. I want everything to be interactable in the game for the most part, so oh yeah, like that's a long time. Those were stuck inside each other, which is probably why they went flying. I like the little tiny version when you see how big the normal one is there. I find like I can actually do a lot of simple shapes and everything. Like I can build a lot of stuff inside of Unreal with the geometry thing. They also do have modeling tools in 5 that let you do all these things that I don't understand. I need to learn at some point, like the particle system. I need to learn that too, but a lot of the simple stuff can be done in here now. And they keep adding tools, so I was like, well, I could learn Blender. But I'm just saying, by the time I get around to it, Epic will probably stuff an entire modeling program inside of Unreal. They have a whole modeling mode, for God's sakes. I mean, clearly they intend to put it in there. But it's also used for, you know, like car design, you know, like just modeling stuff to make things for other things, so it makes sense to put it. Is it good for game dev? Yeah. Most of the modeling I do is actually with the geometry collections, right? What are the BSP brushes? I don't know what it stands for. Yeah, how I often do a lot of my stuff will be to have like the positive and negative boxes, where you take like 2 geometry boxes and then let's say I make this one bigger for reasons, and I make this one a negative, subtractive I should say, and then you can cram them into each other and you can mix these together, all these shapes, to make all kinds of meshes that have like that collision and everything. See. Yeah, you can merge all these together and make a whole bunch of stuff, so in case you want to have weird levels to go through. When you get bored, you just grab them all and convert them into a static mesh, and you can also put whatever you want on each of these things too. See, I made a whole bunch of stuff in the game like this by just simply merging these things together. And I find for most simple shapes that's perfect, because I mean it's got all these little simple shapes here. You can of course, you know, drag them into the modeling thing, but you can't really mess with that. And now I have a little weird thing to wander around in. I hit with ads? Okay, well, I was explaining the, yeah, the geometry brushes in UE and how I made a lot of the stuff, including like all the walls and things like that too. Also, simple shapes can be combined together too, so because I end up making all these random things, and it's like, okay. So I've definitely done a lot of that. You just merge them into a static mesh at some point, and it just makes all these weird areas for the game. It's like, cool, neat. Nah, I'm not going to use this tiny little area here, but I could make a whole maze of stuff like that. And I've made so much stuff with that. I also combine meshes together in blueprints and things to make all kinds of bizarre contraptions as well. I found to be a pretty good plan overall. There's still one I didn't select. Yeah, with all those selected, you could just go down to create static mesh, click it, and tell it where you want to save it, and boom, you have a static mesh of all of them combined together. I don't really want this one, but it'll also sit there. And the reason why I use geometry brushes is you can also that's not a geometry brush. Yeah, converting to a static mesh means you can just add your own collision. The static mesh itself does not have collision. When you do that, you have to add it. And there's, you know, a couple ways. The best way, if you want the cleanest possible collision that I have found, if you really want to go to town on it, I did it for like one thing so far because it was necessary. That's to put the static mesh in a blueprint, right? And then just put a bunch of colliders in here that are just blocking. Just block all. It's just literally just, you know, invisible collisions. And then you can just literally position collisions for all the different things exactly where you want them to be. And then your collision will be as perfect as it comes. You can also use complex too, but the problem with complex is then physics doesn't work with it. A lot of things don't work with it the same. Ray traces have to be set to check for complex collision. Not always heavier because sometimes the complex collision isn't very many shapes. Yeah, just you're not supposed to leave it as these geometry brushes. They're just there to make the static meshes. Because all these walls are built exactly out of those too. I just cut holes where I need them to go. And they work great, but I do have some brushes left on the level because I have to I do have to finish them. Like I started adding a bunch of stuff for the walls out here, and I didn't finish them yet. There's actually 31 of them on the level somewhere. These ones are huge. Walls that I haven't finished making, you know, just stuff. So. What are you even attached to? I have questions. Oh, it's a huge one that's for the room. Yeah, once you have those, like, it's literally just create a static mesh and then add collision as though it's a static mesh. I can go through the whole process if you want. It's not like it takes that long. Make a big one. take a cylinder and cram it through it because it's something to do with my time. You can have 60 sides for reasons. You can also put various meshes on it, and you can rescale the meshes too. Yeah, like it'll actually keep the correct scale because you can change them literally down here where. Let me. You can click a side here, and on surface properties you can rescale the mesh. So I'll drag a mesh and put it on there. Find my favorite materials real fast to just dump it on there. Like I'll use this, I'll use leather on it, why not? It's kind of hard to see. I'll use something that's more garish and easier to tell. And see how it's like 10-10 on this like that, but I can also rescale it to something else if I want. Anything I want, really. Oh, in theory I can. Oh, I locked it. No, I can't rescale it if I lock it, obviously. You also have to click apply. So you can do that with all the sides if you want, or you can select all the sides at the same time. It's like select all adjacent, usually gets them all. Put the same material in all of them. Have different scales on different sides if you want. Reset it to 10. I'll take this cylinder. We'll give the cylinder the same thingy just because. Should I select all adjacent and then do it? Sure. I'm gonna scale it up to like 5 or something. 3. We'll set it to negative. The reason I gave it a thing there is anywhere it intersects the other box, it's going to use that same thing. And I'll extend it out so that it goes all the way through for reasons. I don't know why, but reasons. The more of them you have on a map, the slower they are to do. That's notable. Probably not the best map to do them on, but that's okay. And I just select them both. I'm not going to use this, so I don't really care if it's perfect. Not terribly relevant. Create static mesh. It can sit in the content folder because I just plan on deleting it. And then from the content folder, if I show the collision, the simple collision, there's nothing. So you'll have to give it collision. I often just try to convex it to cheat. Because there's auto convex option, which is collision, auto convex collision, which this is the one that just tries to automatically do it. A lot of times I just try to cheat my way to victory. It does a predictably terrible job half the time, but it's worth a try. If you don't like its collision, you can, of course, just do the old use complex as simple if you want, or use yeah, do that there, and then it'll have the best possible collision, but at what price, you know? So then I can just run around in it. It replaces the ones on the map with the static mesh. This is already the static mesh. And now you see I have this big old thing to play on if I want. And you can get pretty crazy with it. I mean, like, this is... You don't have geometry brushes in... Oh, I think you might have had to... Oh yeah, and like 4, I think you have to actually use like a plugin or something to do it. Because I've done it in 4.26. That's the one I started in. That's when I first started messing with it. But I do recall that you might have to look up how it's done. Actually, my knowledge of that is from years ago, back before I had health problems, and I took like a 2-year break, so it's been like quite a while. It is possible to do it though. It's just different. You will have to go down the rabbit hole a bit on that one. Would that I could help you more on that, but I alas cannot. Oh, well, the other way you can do collision, which does work in that instead of having all these collisions, because they might actually be able to set collisions in there too. I don't remember how it worked in there, but let's say we just go ahead and remove all collision from here. Cool, great, sure. Let's make a quick blueprint, right? Just an actor. EP experiment, sure. With EP experiment there, I can just pull this right on in. And drag the shape right on into here real fast. This is the kind of tough to do with this type of shape, I guess, but now you can sit there and play with the collisions if you want. You can actually start adding in these collisions. Like, okay, well, let's say I put a box collision in here. You can set that box collision to have, you know, block all. And then you can start placing them too. So they just block everything. I'll expand it out a bunch. And you can do this to really block out things too. So if you want perfect collision, you can sit there and just keep placing these things until you get the collision absolutely the best you can get. I'll put one on the bottom just to showcase that it works, I guess. And obviously with rounded stuff, it's a lot harder. But collision doesn't have to be visible, so you can do that. You might be surprised. There's probably more in 4 than you think, or 4 and 6 than you think. Now, if I save that there and put the blueprint out there, you can put more. You can like duplicate a bunch of these and put lots of them on the map, so you can, or lots of them in the blueprint, so you can actually have a bunch of them, like I did in the other thing. And that will lead to. You just drag this on here, and now suddenly it's a different one. Of course, this one won't have the true collision because it only has that collision you can see right there, but I'm definitely not going to go through and put a full collision of that. But yeah, you get an idea how it works. I'm using a pretty old version, so I can't tell you exactly how things go anymore, but... So you see there... Oh, did I not remove the collision? Maybe I didn't remove the collision. Probably. I don't know. Go ahead and add this to the thing so I don't need it anymore. Also, oh, let me just go ahead and remove this from here because I don't care about this. Or this. Yeah, for things like this where it was like a table, it was really hard to get the collision perfect, so I just went through and put boxes everywhere it needed to collide because it really matters for my game. It doesn't really matter for other people's games because your character's not a tiny doll running around through all these things, so my levels are built out of weird crappy furniture everywhere. Often collision makes a huge difference in my game. Yeah, if you already know Blender, which you already do, it's obviously easier than, you know, for those of us who don't know Blender. Yeah. I'm not even saying the way is the right way to do things, you know, like just the way I do things. Whatever gets the job done for you is the right way. Let no one tell you different. At the end of the day, the job is done. That is what matters. Yeah. I'm still probably never learning Blender though, but you know. At this point, UE can do just about every modeling thing I need. I'm never going to do it. By the time I learn everything in UE, they'll have already added all the modeling anyway. That's my plan. I was gonna put the Magician too here, and I forgot. Fair enough. I like making all these blueprints with all these options so I can just change things as I go. Including changing the materials, things like that, changing what the glass is, just... Maybe the glass needs to be dirty, I don't know, just options. Frozen. Shattered. Hey Lippus, how's it going? Well, this is supposed to be the Magician too. That's fair. Yeah, I remember laughing because I was trying to optimize a DAS model in Blender, like my first experiment with it, and it locked up my computer. I was like, 2 tries of that, and I'm just like, man, I'm gonna go back to a lighter program like Unreal Engine. Never thought I'd call Unreal Engine a light program, but UE very rarely locks up my computer. Actually, I don't think it ever locked up my computer. It'll lock itself up. But Blender's like, nah, man. It just makes a belch noise and it just ate the computer. I was like, no, computer. Why do this? I'm gonna put the key here first to make certain it works, and then I'm gonna move the key somewhere else. I might move these boxes around a bit too. They're kind of a little fast. How quickly they're giving out. I just didn't plan for it. The upgrade path for the game was not planned out well yet. But to be fair, the upgrades hadn't been made yet either, so it was hard to plan for what did not exist. Doesn't work. Excellent. Always a good start to any problem. Instant failure. Perfect. Don't need you open. Gotta get the name right. Once again, copy-paste is my enemy and my friend. Just depends on the day. Also, it's actually Tarot 1 for the Magician. Tarot 2 is, in fact, the High Priestess. Which is not currently in the game. Blender version is done super slow. You have like Blender, UE, Substance, GIMP. Yeah. That's a lot. All that running at once. Yeah. Blender was fine, except for the DAS models they're really heavy. Even with the optimizations I've gotten, like poor Poppet is still a heavy model. But no heavier than like all the models that Epic tries to hand me anyway. Freaking Echo is like larger than Poppet. They call her optimized. I was like, is she though? But yeah, it was dumb. Now I understand more how to optimize the things for in DAS itself, so I didn't have to optimize outside of it. Still not perfect. Could definitely do a better job if I understood Blender. Am I going to do that? No. No. Mm-mm. Too many things I got to get done already for this game. I'm good. Yep. Pretty much. Why can't I pick that up? Good, it does throw. Perfect. Damage thing doesn't work right, and this buggy is all hell, but It's supposed to damage him when you throw it. Yeah, I mean, Polly's like, oh, it's huge. I didn't have her with her hair on like that. Yeah, you can see like without her hair, the triangles and vertices are pretty big. She's even got all kinds of things too, including the ability to make her a better character by making her have a larger chest. Perfect. Actually like that. I finally put the sliders in for this because they kept having issues with her clothing. I got so tired of it. I'm like, I'm just putting the sliders in here and changing them in the game. Never make female characters, by the way. They have all these, like, you know, curvy bits and have issues with clothing because of it. Makes your life a lot harder. Also their hair, oh my god. A guy would have just been a box. It would have been perfectly easy with a simple haircut that doesn't take any effort. I made all male characters in the future. Yeah. I mean, you know, there you go. But I mean, I remember when I looked at, like, God, someone's like Echo and things like that. I mean, here's the really awful thing. If you look at Poppet's size map, browse that real fast. Oh wait, let's look at our blueprint side map. So I added the game animation sample to her so I could have all the cool animations right. Here's Poppet's thing, and her like 202.8 megabytes for the doll portion of her. And then you look at this monstrosity. The sandbox character with all its animations is 514 megabytes of animations. Right. It comes with this, where is it? Usually, there should be a traversable somewhere too, but apparently it's not here. That's odd. They used to have the traversable on there. But apparently I don't see it. These need to be removed too. That's fine. HUD's always up, so that's fine. Somehow I guess I managed to remove the others. That's weird. Anyway, either way. Over half the character is literally the stupid animations for her movement. Her hair is also like 103 megabytes, but I'm gonna give her like changeable hairs, so. Especially now that I learned how to do soft references. She went from like 1.5 gigabytes to 900 when I did that. Well, I just soft reference sounds. Well, some of them anyway. Like on her music graph, she actually references all these different musical tracks. There's only a handful of them actually. Because I'm making it so that each area has like different tracks. But because they're soft references, it doesn't forcibly load them. You have to async load it, cast the sound base, then set the sound, and then play it. So because of the soft reference thingy, you don't have a lot of the problem on your size map. Would recommend if you're not using them. Definitely. Fast. Just message me something real quick. Gotcha. Alright, so I need to add in sound effects for Poppet. I also need to go through and remove some of these things that don't need to be on her. Because I could do soft references, so I don't have to have them loaded all the time. Some stuff I might as well have it loaded all the time. Is this even used anymore? I think I got rid of it. I did. I used to have a thing where for the Insanity thing, it would start changing the music too. But it really didn't seem all that great. It just didn't play well. I tested a lot of things and they just... Some things sound real cool. And then you test it and it's just stupid. It's so weird. Like it used to also get darker when it got you were insane because the game was like a more darker game. Then you couldn't see anything. Poppy used to be wearing almost all black. Now she's not because you couldn't see her in the darkness. I'm like, wait, why is my character got a black color scheme? I mean, Poppet also has darker colored skin because she's a patchwork doll. That's another problem too. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. If you're gonna have a game that's mostly in the dark, don't make your characters have incredibly dark skin. You won't be able to see them. You'll have to put in a lot of extra light. I know this should be obvious, but dumb me did not think about that. I was like, oh yeah. Because her skin's kind of like a brownish type of gray. Like it's really difficult to see. As you can tell, it's definitely, you can actually see it in the picture there. Like it's just, she's really got, you know. I have to make custom cards. You can't really see her that well in this. It's even better, it's even more terrible. Once again, if the light's not amazing, you can't even really see her. I'm making the game a lot lighter because of it. It's being a patchwork doll. I tried porcelain, but she looked terrible as a porcelain doll, so I did not go porcelain. I use sound attenuation, so this way if you're closer to a sound. At some point, there's such a thing as too many sounds for an action. Like people like going, well, when like someone was talking about like for when my character swings the fool, they were like, okay, well there's a swing noise, there's a impact noise, and then there's like a squeaky toy noise that's going. Now it's like 3 sounds in this brief moment there, and it's so easy for that to be just a cacophony of just what am I hearing. So sometimes you don't need the extra sound. I'm just gonna say it, like if you can't tell what's going on, like then the extra sound was pointless. Yeah, lighting's rough. Like my game is, because it's so light centric, I've been really tweaking it a lot because it's just got some problems. Like indicating if they're in the light or not. I actually have a secret indicator to show you're in the light because you wouldn't be able to tell otherwise. Because these lights don't provide enough light. Yeah, like in the light you can see that she's still got really dark skin, so it makes it very hard. Yeah, if you look for the lighting, you'll notice it changes to like a purple color in the darkness. She actually has a light above her. See, like, she's actually, it's like in a slightly lit up purple. But when she's actually near a light, you'll see like this. But if I take that away, things are so different. It becomes hard to tell if you're even in the light. So now you see that she's like really in the dark now. And it's easy to tell you're in the light here. It's pretty obvious. But where are you truly in the dark? But if you go over here, still in the dark. Still in the dark, but counts as though you're in the light. Because you notice her sanity came back as its proximity to the light. So it's actually really hard to see her too. And it's like, okay, well, now I can't even tell anything about her. And in some areas it gets so dark it's really hard to see. It's actually not that incredibly bad in here, but the darker the rooms, the harder it is to really tell what's going on. It's like, well, cool, but I can't see my character. This is with everything being intentionally lit up. But the biggest issue is because you need to know if you're in the light in order to actually get your sanity back, or to get your curse back if you're, you know, not in the light. Overhead lights are even worse because then, unless you look up, you don't even know if you're near one. Like in some of the later areas, because I have like almost the whole second area like kind of mapped out. They can get really bad with overhead lights like this, because you can't see. You're like down here. Improving the player experience has been something I've been focusing a lot on. A lot of little things that you don't really notice. And then you start to realize, hey, wait a minute, because right now this light is not strong enough to make it look like Poppet is in the light. Like without the little curse light. Yeah, she's in the light right now. Can you tell? It's definitely a weird perspective when you got to make everything for a little tiny character. It's like when I spent a lot of time adding like 10 different flavors of making it look like her hits were more exciting, like shaking the screen and blood effects and weird little words that appear and everything like that to show things like that. And I forgot all the things on the list at this point. And there's just a bunch of little things that was just like, wow, all these make this so much better. Yeah. Lighting will most definitely break this game. I need the lighting to be very good. It's too important. Next game I'm going to make is going to be during the daytime. Outside. So I don't have to do all the lights. I'm trying to control Shift S for no reason. I have lots of areas, including a pirate area. Yay, pirates. Yar. But that's not in the demo. This key needs to go somewhere. Where am I putting it? I need to set it that you can have stuff in these drawers. Just for one more thing to look for. I guess it can be in the library. Where in the library? I was gonna have a music puzzle. Oops, I forgot. You can't change it there because it's changed by a this is a working piano that a nice person in my Discord made. Beetle Games made it. I tweaked it a bit for my game, but yes, the music puzzle? Yeah. Well, there'll be something in there for it. I haven't set it up yet. It's on the list. It'll definitely be in here. Like, I haven't had a lot of puzzles. I have like mazes and jumping puzzles, but jumping puzzle could just be replaced with platforming. There's not much in the way of a puzzle involved with it. But it is a Metroidvania. I do expect you to jump a lot. Can you reach this? Is this possible? I don't think it's possible yet. No, it is. You can run through the maze, jump here, and then jump down, or you can try to fall on it too. None of these are finalized as far as what I'm writing, but it's something that would remind myself where it's at. Don't fit. I want to put something here that just gets the job done, but still references the piano and keys and notes at the same time. Still not good enough, but it'll do for now. Because it fits, and I can put something like that. I need to go through and write a bunch of lore things and just little dumb things put places, because I have like customizable books and memories that your friend like left behind that are floating around because your friend's gone crazy and is here somewhere because the ghost drives all the toys crazy over time. Like notes from the, or maybe even audio logs from the toy maker talking about what he's trying to do, experiments and things. There's not gonna be a lot of chatting in the game though. It's still a Metroidvania, and they don't usually have a lot of talking in those kinds of games. So they'll be like talking with a handful of things, but I really don't want it to be too crazy with how much talking goes on. So that solves the magician problem. This one does not even have a key in it or any kind of anything. I could put a heart upgrade in it or something. Okay, so I haven't put any stat upgrades in the entire game so far, besides in the shop that doesn't even quite work. Make certain it works. I actually don't remember what I was talking about when the ads hit for you. I think of all the things I was talking about. Yeah. Did not give me an upgrade. Why? Item name is wrong. I need to put that in there. Oh, you know, I was just saying I was going to put some sort of thing in there for it, and that, you know, Beetle Games on my Discord made this for me. I tweaked the keys and the collision things to operate better for my game, but he went through and built the keyboard for it, got all the sounds together. And it is a working keyboard. That's cool. With all the right notes. So I want to put something in there for it. I haven't made anything for it yet. So I just put the key over here because I'll probably have the key come from it. Or maybe I'll just put it on the, you know, thing on here and you can just jump down from up there and try to find your way to it. Yeah. I was saying during a stream how much I wanted one. And then he said about, you know, making it. I mean, he didn't make all the gears and things like that. Those are from an asset pack that we both have, but he did all the positioning and, you know, made the cool design for it. I mean, I didn't do all that. All I did was rework the blueprints to be, you know, better overall for my game. And that's kind of it. I guess I reskinned a bunch of things to different materials to match my game's materials, but still, the lion's share of the work he did. So I need to set up a thing for that to integrate a puzzle to it. I haven't done it yet. I just put it here because it's fun to jump around on. Because being a toy jumping around on top of a piano just sounded fun to me. I really just want to have that little playful fun in a lot of the area. You know, being a toy. With a bit of, you know, horror to bring you back in. But the reason why the horror will probably hit better, it's not even that much of horror, I guess slightly scary, but it'll hit a little better because it's such a contrast. Where it's just, you know, so lighthearted and then something terrible happens. Yes. Fab is awful. I think everyone agrees that Fab is awful. I haven't heard anyone go, man, I'm so happy that Fab exists. Nobody says that. Nobody says that. It's just the worst version of the Unreal Marketplace, or the Unreal Marketplace used to be. It's like, cool, great, thanks. Not exciting. Nobody likes it. But stuck with it. I doubt Epic's gonna go and undo it. I mean, maybe they will, but I get the sneaking suspicion that ain't happening. So. It's just sad times for all of us. But on the plus side, the only upside I've actually seen so far, they have free assets twice a month. So instead of getting 5 free assets, you get 6. That's not bad. I don't think they're ever going to. They want to try to sell to other markets too. They think that they can sell Unity stuff, I guess. I don't know. Seems weird to me, but sure. It's just called health upgrade? Sure. I couldn't think of a good name at the time, so I guess I'll go by plus 10 health or something. I don't know. I have no idea what the numbers are going to be on anything yet. Yep, 1st and 17th. It's no longer like, you know, first Tuesday or Thursday or whatever it was. It's now just the 1st and the 17th. Yeah, one thing I was thinking of using some office stuff, but I don't know how good it is for everyone else. Boom, upgraded. Perfect. Nice. Because they had a bunch of office thingies for me, and since it's looks Victorian enough. What was it even called? I put it in with the intention of maybe using it. I'm not sure I'm going to. I think I have enough crap as is that I don't really care that much. Was it old office? No. What in the world do you call classic office? There we go. It's got lots of weird little things I could use if I want to use that. I already have chess pieces, so I don't need that. I have 1,000,000 books. I don't know if I want to have things like busts of characters and things, because I kind of want to have characters for my own world, so it's kind of unnecessary. Because I can literally just import a character from my own world and then just have them, you know, put a stone material on them. Oh, it's square. I have candlesticks. These are okay looking, but I have ones that are better than it, so I don't know if I need that. This clock doesn't have a... It has a face that's stuck to it, so I can't adjust it, therefore it doesn't do any good for me. Like it. I don't need pot. I use the pot. Maybe. I don't know. There's a globe with a thing to spin it, but the problem is it doesn't represent the world that I have, so it's kind of, again, not that ideal. Different plants. Seems okay. Would be good if I didn't already have something that kind of does it better. More furniture. Eh. Again, would have been better if I didn't already have it. So I'm probably not going to use it, but you know, maybe. The other ones are kind of crap. Memory serves, like I didn't care at all. Like, what was it? I guess these here, huh? Modular Japanese architecture, don't care. Doesn't even look good. Eh. Pretty meaningless. And then this fall damage thingy, I guess. Momentum fall damage. Might be handy for somebody, I guess. Oh yeah, don't forget to grab professional versions of all the licenses. It'll try to give you personal ones. Highly recommend to have one. The really crappy thing about Fab has been that they almost never have sales. They only had one during Black Friday and that's it. Oh, I use so much stuff from Fab. Like so much stuff they give them for free. So many assets I've used in here were free at some point on there. Why make, you know, I always tell people, it's like, okay, well, why is the tree you made that much better than the tree they made? Is the player going to notice a difference? So for anything that's like that, like if it's not like a unique thing to my game, have no shame. I'll reskin things, sure. Like this was some crappy white cabinet that didn't have any kind of extra things, like I redid the inside, a bunch of things like that, but I will most certainly do that. No questions asked. Yep. But if it's a unique thing to my game, then I go out of my way to make it look neat. Brew. As well, you know, I want my game to be have its own personality, but I could have just done it here. I don't know why I didn't. Actually, I think I'm gonna make them all smaller in general, so do it here. The collection thing is still huge. Why is it so big? This one looks way smaller. I have questions. Specifically, why is that one huge, but this one's not? Bye. Oh, never mind. Oops. Here is no aside from some particle effects. Back that, kind of reference it, nothing wrong with that, you know? Indie devs? I mean, I'm indie dev too. That's why I use the stuff Epic gives me for free. Sometimes I buy something, but usually on the biggest sale possible. But I plan to hire people for, well, voice acting specifically, because I have a lot of female characters and just me. I don't really do female voices. Yeah. But I mean, I'm more than happy to buy stuff from asset packs. Goodness knows most of them never make it to games anyway, and I can always just put new materials on them. Merge them together and make them look like my stuff, so it's not like a big deal. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's, yeah. I guess these scales are individual, huh? These are huge. This shouldn't be this big. That's weird that it won't change this thing in there. Then the collision sphere is like middle of nowhere. Yeah. Well, you can definitely do a lot of them. Like, I have a lot of female characters, but also, unless you have really good voice equipment, it doesn't sound as good as the professionals at all. Even some of the people on Fiverr sound amazing. I'm just like, wow. Because, you know, I mean, I have a great microphone, but I don't have a perfect recording studio. It's like I think it's like $136 to buy the microphone on sale these days. I think it was like $154 when I bought it about a year ago. And maybe a little longer. It's a high-end microphone, but I don't have a very good room for sound or anything like that. And the AI voice stuff like tends to not pick up inflections well and everything. It's okay for like monster sounds, I guess, but if it was like complicated dialogue or something, it wouldn't sound good. It's not that I found so far. I was testing because, well, the indie dev not very rich. I need a key for this. Where's the key going to this? Oh, before I was just talking about how, you know, the difference between or a real voice actor and then you just doing it yourself, I mean, like, the quality difference is huge. And I can do a bunch of this stuff myself as well, but I mean, I even have a great microphone. This microphone's like $136 right now. I think 154, and I bought it like a year plus ago. And but I don't have the right room for it. You know, like I don't have the best sound quality set up in here. It's just a random junk room that I was just like, okay, well, I'll stream in this room. Cool. I was already gonna work on my game anyway. Nice. Yeah, I have a lot of female characters, so I'll have to do that. I mean, I could probably do some of the male voices. It just probably won't sound as good as the professionals. Good for monsters though, I guess, because they don't really have to sound great. Only for complicated dialogue would it need to be pretty good. As far as the AI voice acting, I've just found it to be not very good. Like it tends to garble things, doesn't do inflection very well. It's good for something that's just, you know, a blasé reading, but it won't be that long before it's so good that, you know, it won't even matter. Key. Something else I was saying. Not gonna lie, my memory for what I was just saying is often not all that great because I'm usually just saying as I'm going along doing my thing. And I'll forget. Yeah, so I get what that guy requested. Taking care of some actual paying business, you know, because I haven't been monetized on this for very long, and let's just be real here. Nobody's quitting their day job on this, so I still have to do my regular work periodically in the middle of the stream. That's fair. I mean, if you have the right recording setup for it, it's great. I don't. I mean, I'd probably be okay at it. I just think a recording studio is probably going to help me sound a lot better than I would sound. I guess I could put this in the toy maze. Well, that's going to be miserable to have to go back to. Well, I guess to be fair, you can use paintings. I almost feel like there should be a painting in this room. There's one right here. It's not that far. And there's one over here now, too. I was worried there's too many paintings, but it's really annoying to go back. That's fair. I don't think I've ever heard of Krotos Studio. I need to get into the sound effect stuff. What does DA stand for? People abbreviate so many things, I don't ever know what half of the things people abbreviate are. Okay. I had to find a bunch of sound effects together. I was looking at freesound.org because they had a bunch of things there that seemed like they get the job done for sound effect thingies. I was also looking for packs that have things. I usually rely on Humble Bundle to get a lot of stuff too. Because $20 on Humble Bundle will often get you like half of your game. I don't see any reason to ever make music. You can just buy tracks. So I pretty much never ever, in any way, shape, or form, make my own music. I want this game done eventually, and that's just additional work that's gonna take forever. No, I'm good. Plus, I won't be as good at it as, you know, the professionals at all, with their many, many years of experience. At least I hope I'm not as good. Because they're not very good if I'm as good. I'm just saying. Means they suck. It's kind of tiny. Not really scaling very well, is it? I think it's because I have a variable that's set somewhere to change its size. And it won't affect everything else. Almost certainly. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. If you can do it yourself, it's always good. I prefer to outsource anything that I don't do well. Also, the size and scope of this game would force me to basically have to do something along those lines at any given time. If I ever plan on finishing it anyway. That's fair, yeah. I just have certain skills I know I'm good at, and other skills where I'm like, I could probably pay someone to be better at this than I'll ever be. And that's my overall master plan with a lot of it. It's just like, you know, I could pay someone to be better than like. And I've got like, I don't know, 500 plus music tracks from Humble Bundle, because I bought like 2 Humble Bundle music packs along the way for various games, and it's got so much stuff that I'm just like, I use it for the background music of the stream too, just random ones from it. Because I also stream on YouTube, and YouTube will crucify me if I, you know, were to do something like open Spotify. So I just don't. It gets me additional people in my community, so it's I guess exposure, question mark? Yeah, I do that. Really, most of my custom work, if I is often in the programming itself, because that's already a lot of it in the level design and retooling things and stuff. I mean, I made a bunch of stuff like these. Like I went out of my way to make a bunch of stuff for my. If I don't have something and can't find it, I will go out of my way to often mash together assets to make what I need and use the simple shapes and things. I mean, if the music track is good, well, then it's worth it. I mean, I found my skill is often in designing things and merging stuff together to make stuff. That's really where I think I shine the most. So, I have the load distance set really low, so it's not loading the top area there. Yeah, I mean, 3 weeks for a music track. If the music track is good, it's totally worth it. If the music track is not good and you're not going to run it, it's a long time for a solo dev or small team. But if it's good, ain't nothing wrong with that. So that's my theory. Am I going to spend 3 weeks? No, I had too many tasks I have to do. There's no way I'm doing all of it. I've made so much now. A lot of it now is just me arranging where things are supposed to go. Let's figure out why that stupid thing showed up that there's a print string somewhere around here. I don't really care that much. I'll find it eventually, but when I collected that, there was a print string that was there. There you go. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going through and fixing a lot of bugs. The game's going pretty well. Like, I mean, you can almost play completely from start to finish. In fact, there's only one room that's really bugged out. That's the issue. That room is effed up. I grab that and move down. I'm gonna grab from here again. But aside from that one room, you can basically play the demo from start to finish. There's no story yet, and there's no you know, tutorial stuff. So there's a lot of things that players are going to be too confused if I don't include, but we're getting there. These tables exist to show the player that they can actually grab hold of things. I actually have a special table for this because I was actually taking the level traversable from the game sample and like taking the code and editing it out, but then I realized that I need to indicate to the player that they can grab something. So I just started putting it in and I made it red. Now it's a metal thing everywhere, so now you know every time you see it. Hey, wait a minute. I can jump here. Perfect. I don't know if you can still get through that. I might have to raise the height of this table a bit. This is my yellow paint, basically, is what I'm saying. 10 out of 10 is yellow paint. Yeah, we'll get in there. I've had a lot of misadventures, I'll put it that way. I make custom books that can be changed, so my lore books there have all kinds of information there, so you can just change all the words in them and move the pictures around too. And change the color of the book cover just for reasons. All lines of text. Of course, I just put meme things in there. That's super important. Sadly, isn't it? But you still read it. It's kind of unfortunate for you. Probably shouldn't read strange books. Next time, just saying. That's not what's going to be in there, but whenever I need to write something stupid to just cover things, I just write random meme crap. I might even put the lusty Argonian maiden one of them as a joke, just for testing. Possibly I want this to be all 7s, just make it slightly bigger table. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're getting feisty there. Yeah. I could leave it in there just as a fun thing there. Put it some really difficult place to reach and it's just a stupid book saying that and you're like... I need to get special pictures for them too, or I could just have only words too. Customizable books are great. Like, well, I don't like the location of this picture. Fair enough. It should be wherever it needs to be. Different picture? No problem. Picture down here? Sure. I can start moving the text around. Yep. My theory is that now you run around on top of the lore, you might read it as you're running around on top of it. And in one of the rooms they use it as platforming, in case you want to read the lore where you're platforming. So you run on top of it. Our story so far, blah blah blah, you died. Sucks to be you. Then you became not dead. It's a crazy world we live in. Yeah, exactly. All the toys are crazy, so with very few exceptions, so they're not going to talk to you. Only a handful of characters will actually talk to you. And Tinka, the ghost in the painting, is pretty much like 90% of them. The rest of them largely won't. The ones you rescue will kind of talk to you, but they're usually a bit off anyway. And then, besides that, it's not many. I mean, Charlotte might talk to you sometimes, but it'd be pretty unusual. Maybe near the end. Today I'm streaming until I have to go to work, basically. Until they're like, all right, well, I want to meet and give you money. I'll be like, okay, well, you convinced me. I got people messaging me, so I'll have to go at some point. I don't know when that'll be, but I'll try to go 5 or 6 hours, and then after that, who knows? Like total. But I'll just be back like the next day to do more streaming around the same time anyway, so. But which does not pay the kind of money necessary for me to quit that job, so I still gotta be responsible. Even if I don't want to be. Want to game dev all day, every day. So the key works, it should. Hey. No idea why it says 120 on that one. Does it say it on the other one too? That'll help me decide if it's, you know, a particular one. Oh, okay. Well, cool chatting with you. I'll still be streaming after the holidays too, so I mean, it's not like I won't necessarily be around. I mean, nope. Only stream ever. If you weren't here for it, pff, sucks to suck. 0 out of 10. Bad decisions were made. Oh my god. Probably this. By probably mean it's 100% that. That solves that problem. Let's see this thing here. Do I do that stuff there? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do level switching crap. So I have a cabinet key for this one and this one too. I have to place one for these two places here. They do now. Okay, so I need to just place the other key and that should cover all the keys. And then put some sort of thing here. I guess I could put it in the mushroom place. Why not? There's a key in here. I don't want the safari room key here. This key won't be useful for like a super long time. It's okay. I'll have to make it so that you can, you might have to come back to this room. So I might need to add some Hierophant stuff in here, so you have to come back to it later. Well, you can always jump down to it. That's crappy. Well, no, you really can't make that jump, can you? You'd have to take these, so it would not be a complete... I'll think about it. Whatever the case, there's something placed, and that's what matters. Oh, ankles cracking a bit here. From standing for almost 5 hours. So let's see here. On my list, that's done. They don't have to be in their final location, they just need to be in a location. That's good enough for me. I'm going to pare down the number of enemies in this room. Not that room. In the library. It's just way too many for how many things are going on here. It's just, there's just way too many. Because there is like 21 enemies in this tiny room. That is a slog. So I'm going to remove at least one of the Patricias. Maybe even 2 of them, honestly. Just one Patricia for funsies. It's only supposed to be one Patricia. Let's delete number 2 here, and then delete number 2 from this as well. Well, the second position, not number 2 necessarily. I probably want to pare down a couple of them. I can also just move them too. One of them is an NPC, so that doesn't count. So there's 19 enemies. Yeah, I'll cut down. That's position 1 actually. I'll probably chop out 3 enemies from it or something. I do want it to be kind of a fight in here, but those 2 in the back are almost irrelevant. So I probably want to cut out 5 and those ones there. I don't know why you'd want to even worry about it. I'll cut out 5 and I'll move 8 up. This system is just so I can soft reference all the enemies and spawn them in only when you're in that room. And this makes it so that you they're not all loaded on the map all the time, because if you actually put them somewhere on the map, then they're loaded forever. That sucks. Second. I was doing that in all the optimization thingies. It's like, okay, just because they're in the H load doesn't mean anything. There's still references to them out there. That should be good for paring that down, so I can move my list of things I need to do. I might tone it down even more. Oh yeah, that's right. I meant to include a collectible. Or a key up here. There's a lot of keys in this game, but I guess there's less in the later area. I'm okay with the key being over here for that. Where'd I put this one's key? I don't think I put it anywhere. I haven't put it anywhere yet. Okay, well. Not a good one there, but the reading room and the library are going to be very hard to differentiate for giving a hint. Alright, so those all have things now, and they put something in there. A lot of what I have to do is not actually necessarily bugs so much as just I need to put upgrades in places and more currency so you can destroy things, or so you can more currency so you can buy things for upgrades, or reduce the upgrade cost too. Because when I went through the whole game, I had like 35 crystals and 17 coins. I might go down to 1 currency. I'm thinking I'm going to. Because I don't know why you need 2 currencies. Then you have to sit there and grind potentially for 2 currencies just in case you find the things, which could suck because you could just randomly get screwed on one of them and then you'll be really sad. I want to check the distance on the city. I lowered it, but I want to see if you can still see in each direction far enough to make it okay. This whole going outside on the pipes and the thing that actually has led to some real problems that need to be addressed. True. It looks like the city loads far enough in that direction, which means by proxy it loads far enough in the other direction, right? Sure. That pipe does not go all the way over. I'm going to block it off anyway, but whatever. We're not designing anything but the 5th floor right now, so I don't really care about anything else per se. Oh yeah, I guess for those people who haven't seen the city, this is the Whimsy Wonders toy store. It's doing its thing. That I was working on. And I built a little city here. Mostly 1 city block. I actually shrunk it down. Because I realized if you couldn't see beyond like the city block, it didn't matter. I originally had a view of the ocean here, but I realized you couldn't really see it. So there is an ocean here, but I don't know. I have the option to remove all this crap and then you would have an ocean to look at. It's all in the might remove section. Oops. But what I kind of found was is it doesn't look that great. We'll say real fast and I can delete them. Because then I have to find something to do with it and put ships out there or something. And it'd be kind of cool if I put ships out there. But I don't really have cool ships to put out there because I don't have like steampunk ships. So I don't know. I mean, the skyline looks good. That's true. I got blimps. I have like a blimp landing pad or something. Hot air balloons, but I don't have boats. I think it's steampunk boats. I've just blocked it off. It's possible I use it in the future. I have no idea. On. May actually have to leave sooner rather than later. That's unfortunate. Well, the guy's got 325 bucks for me. Of course I want to leave for $325. A lot. That's totally worth driving like 4 miles. As much as I enjoy working on the game and streaming. Oh yeah, we're checking the city draw distance. That's what I was looking at for the lag problem. I want the city to draw a pretty good distance, but not too far. I'm trying to guess just how far that is. Right now it's drawing 100,000. It looks like you can still see all the way to that end. And by proxy, probably all the way to this end too. Interesting, there's nothing down here. That's fair. Yeah, game dev is a real labor of love. I tell people don't quit your day job, it's a lot of fun, but I didn't quit my day job. I actually had to dial back my streaming because I was streaming 8 to 10 hours a night, 5 nights a week, but then also working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. My health was just eating it on that. It was not good. There'd be days where it's like, this is my 18-hour day. And Twitch does not pay a lot for, you know, ads, by the way. No. Like, oh, you streamed 10 hours. Here's 47 cents. I'm like, that did happen, dude, one day. Like, thanks, I guess. No, I'm not saying it's bad that you're getting money to work on the project, because that's still cool, you know, even if it's not a lot. But if I'm having, like, you know, if I'm exhausting myself working 18 hours a day, I'm more than happy to give up a little extra stream time in that regard. I think this is good for draw distance in general. I think I got both sides. I don't really care beyond that. I wonder if I go lower. Yeah? Looks like there's an ad break going right now. I'll respond back to it in a second. I had to take a bio break real fast anyway. Alright, so you're saying the assets aren't going too well, huh? You trying to sell on Fab? Like Itch or something? Alright, I have to meet someone at 2, so that gives me about an hour and 26 minutes left that I can stream. Because he has money for me. Yes. Those bills ain't gonna pay themselves, if you know what I'm saying. Just Turbo. I haven't heard of Turbo. Now he wants me at 145. Let's see. Alright. See that. Sure. About an hour and 15 minutes. Roughly. I imagine, well, free stuff doesn't, like, what does that even count for, right? You're giving people a bunch of crap. All that does is attract freeloaders for the most part. It doesn't really attract paying customers, I find. I've tried selling assets before. It was... I mean, I'm pretty certain that the kind of people who are looking to pay for things aren't going to really be drawn in by your free assets. I think they just end up showing up there because they were looking for something in particular that you happen to make. I tried having some assets for free for a while. I did nothing good. I just made them all cost cash and made more money off it than... I just rely on the storefronts. It's like if your assets are good, people will buy them. I didn't realize I didn't finish the corner of these buildings. I didn't think about this. I can't have it where they can go around in a circle like that. There needs to be something there. I'll deal with it later. I don't care. Matt. I think the city lag spike should be pretty much fine on the H load there. I don't think it matters too much there. I mean, it's like 300 some odd assets that are always loaded. Whenever you look outside. Sure, we'll call it for now and I'll revisit it if it matters later. Let's remove that from the list there. Oliver falls through his prison thingy. Huh. I'd try Itch and Fab. I mean, you might as well put your assets everywhere, right? Because why not? Trying to make money. Get your stuff in front of as many eyes as possible. Yeah, I wouldn't even bother with the free stuff if it hasn't got you anything. Why have it free? Why don't you have other assets on itch too then? If you already have an itch thing set up, I mean, so easy to add more things. Well, sometimes you have to trick people and put it on sale because they'll see it and think it's a great deal. You can set the base price higher and then just put the sales really high. Trick them. I'd try it for all of it. No reason not to. Music sells on Fab. I've looked at people's music on Fab. I would, you know, I buy music on Fab if it's really, if it's specific to what I need. How am I gonna stop him from falling? Did I set this up with the delay happens first? I might have. I can just delay it. Let's do like a 4-second or 5-second delay. This is probably part of the problem of the load distance thing there, because he's not part of the H load. Even when they were there, they had a lot of problems. You open the store and run in, that's where the problem happens. He's open. Yep, looks like 1:45 is when I gotta meet him, and it is 12:09 right now. Okay. I probably want to leave 20 minutes to pack up and get there. Basically, I'll go like another hour. Gotta earn my money. I fell partway in. If I'm too far out of the room. I might put a setting on the NPCs so they can be anti-grav. Oh, there you go, perfect. Yeah, he just falls through, it's terrible. Yeah, because he's not part of the H load. That's always going to be a problem. So I think the ones that are just supposed to spawn somewhere not moving, I need an anti-grav setting. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm over in California. I'm behind everyone's time zone. I'm a past person. I only focus on the past. Haha. Instruction thingy. We'll call it flying. A lot of the NPCs should just be flying, just to avoid this problem. We go to Oliver. Perfect. Right out here, because he was falling inside of the thingy there. That did not work. Supposed to be flying. I mean, I guess technically I could have just does that, do I need to set that thing? I mean, I guess I'm biting my own tongue here. I guess I could Just change it directly in there. It's not wrong. Well, I'll have to not be flying later. I don't know. That's a future me problem. Right now, this is a current me problem, and current me is like, eh. As long as it works. Sure. I think this key set's temporary. Yeah. You're supposed to get it from a dialogue from him. I should probably actually just do that, though I might not even do that. There's two ways I can go about this. You're supposed to rescue him from the fight, and then he'll scare Charlotte off so you can go into her bedroom and get the key from there. I can do this two ways. I can give him a key and say, okay, well, you can only look in there like that. Or I could just leave the door open, and you can just discover the hard way you shouldn't go in there. Now, if I give a key, I don't have to make it for the demo. I can skip that room. If I leave the room open, then I gotta actually create the entire room for the demo. But it gives them another opportunity to engage with Charlotte, so the ghost girl. So, what are we doing on that? What's the better way to go? True, I could switch it. I could definitely switch it. I think the first plan to do will be to just have like a simple dialogue thingy, then I can just talk to him to get it, so I don't have to put the key on the thing. So right off the bat, I can at least do that much. I mean, I think Tinka gives out a key. That's good enough for me. Sure. I don't need the current map name. Delete all this crap. I don't need it. I'm not going to write anything special. I'm just going to recycle exactly the same thing temporarily, and I'll add the other thing later. Because, yeah. think that was all I needed for this. I haven't typed dialogue in a bit, but not a bad plan. It really is not a bad plan at all. Oh, they finally paid me. How nice. Oh, I need some tags. This character has them. I followed a tutorial on how to do a dialogue system, like a really complicated one, and it kind of does everything. But now I can do it all in blueprints, and I don't have to worry about people's broken dialogue plugins and all the problems I've had with those. Like I was using one in 5.4, it worked great, and then the person released a broken version of it, and then decided to quit making it. I was like, really? You're gonna leave off on at least a working version? Wow. Thanks, buddy. And another one, like the person, when the fab move happened, someone else uploaded the plugin there and then decided to copyright claim them for their own plugin. So they were fighting that, and they're like, well, we're not releasing the new version of this for a while, for the 5.5. So I was like, cool, great. That sucks, that guy. I mean, he'll eventually fix it. I had like 2 left. One of them was like, we use data tables. And I don't write dialogue in data tables. That's just not a way I view conversations. It just seems weird. And then, yeah, I was like, I think the last one was designed for visual novels, and I was like, I don't want a visual novel set up in here. Not gonna work for me. No. Oh. Oh, yeah, I ended up making my own dialogue system in blueprints because of like a really complicated YouTube tutorial series for it. Very good one for it, but I ended up doing it because the dialogue plugin I was using and I'd set up everything for, the guy pushes a version that's broken and then immediately decides to stop messing with the plugin anymore and leaves it off as broken. I was like, you couldn't leave on one that actually worked? Like, really? You're just gonna leave it broken, huh? Okay. It was free, so I can't complain too much, but really leaving a broken version? Man. And then the other one is the Mount Tio one, which is also free, and the guy is when the switch happened to Fab, someone put his plugin up and their own thing there and then copyright claimed him, so he couldn't, so now he's fighting the copyright claim on his own plugin. So lost access to that dialogue system. I don't know if they fixed it yet. And then the other one I had was like data tables, which is just not how I write conversations. It's too weird. And the final one I had was like a visual novel, which is just not really set up for my game. So I was like, yeah, it was wild that this plugin got copyright claimed. Good old Fab. What am I missing? Is the dialogue broken? Maybe it is, in which case, you know. I don't think it is. Wait, what? Oh. I changed the map name when I was fixing something. When I finished all the other map problem there, and she's looking for a map that doesn't exist. Of course, it would have no dialogue. Oh, I didn't connect it. They changed the name, then it deconnects. You think it would just leave it connected? I don't know why it bothers to change it, but for some reason it does. It's like, cool, thank you. Yeah, it's rough. Definitely not ideal. No. Definitely followed, who was the dialogue thingy I followed? I followed this one. I'm missing that causes this character to talk. As dialogue, can interact. Oliver should have these tags now too, right? You did not get the tags? Okay. Well, that makes the solution simple, I suppose. Rue. Well, it's set up where you basically have, it's just blueprints, so you can take whatever information you want and you can split it however you want. And you just add a dialogue and there's an array of, you know, your choices. And then whether or not you want to pass through or not, and update it, it'll run whatever code that you want to toss in, so if you want to reward them or something. Otherwise, it's just literally blueprints, and all it does is just add dialogue things and keep track of things, so... when you close conversation, if you want to clear the dialogue progress and knock it all the way back, I mean, remove progress and knock you back to a position. I mean, these are all options there, but it's just in blueprints. It pretty much handles all that stuff for you because you could just literally put whatever code you want in. Unlike everyone else's weird C++ crap where you're like, cool, thanks, I'm glad none of this is exposed to anything. Or you have to like send information in a lot of weird places to pull it off. But this, yeah, and it's on a component on the actor, so it does save a lot of effort. Sure. I edit Tinka's like a retard? Might have did. I do dumb things sometimes. I am stupid. Did I edit Tinka's? No? Oh, that's right. Sure. Just when I edited one of these, but I guess not. Sure. That's fair. Dialogue systems are a lot of work. But they tie into quests and things like that too, so there's also a lot of pre-made dialogue systems with quests and everything out there too. Goodness knows Epic's given me a handful of them already. But, you know, I opted for going more easily integrated with my system. I swear I changed the dialogue somewhere, but I guess I just didn't change it. I guess I did change her thing. Oops. Since I did the wrong one, I'm gonna just grab that there and dump the other one in here. Yeah, thanks for swinging by and chat with you. Always fun to chat. If I don't talk to you before Christmas or whatever, you know, Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays or, you know, whatever it is you celebrate. Also, he bent over in weird directions for you. I don't understand. Actually, I know exactly why I did that, but that's okay. At least this works. He left on him working. Perfect. I might actually have to head out pretty quick here. Looks like someone's going, are you at your office? No. Home office, I guess. It's about 5 hours. Oh, thanks. Good luck with what you're doing as well. Yes. I am currently trying to figure out if I'm about to head out or not. We will see. I'm definitely going to keep streaming during this time. This time has proven to be a much better time for me to stream. About that. Gotta plan my stuff out for the day. Waiting for those there because I may have to head out in short order if that is the case. Oh, they pay me money. Not as much as I thought they would. Unfortunate. Anyway, while I'm waiting on people to respond back to me, I will continue. Try to find someone to raid. Like I'm not going to have a lot of time. If I can find someone who needs some traffic. I always like to find someone who's got like one viewer and see if I can make their life a little bit better, you know? Because I don't think I have a lot of time. See what they're saying here. I think I'll just end up calling it right now. I think I have to head out very quickly. So I'll just bid everyone adieu and let you figure out who you want to go to at the moment. I don't have time to find someone to raid. Apparently I need to meet ASAP. Yes. So, thanks for dropping by and watching, and I will be back tomorrow, pretty much same time. 5 hours earlier than this. Just doing the usual. Working on the game things. Hopefully it'll actually work completely all the way through at this point. I mean, it should. Well, actually, I didn't fix the playroom, so technically I didn't fix the saves either. You know what? Let me add that to the list of things I need to fix. Save system is broken. Okay, I forgot all about that from earlier. Might be important. Also, doesn't always despawn in the playroom. You'd think I'd remember that, given that I had to restart or do like a whole bunch of, like, break the whole playthrough for that, but nope. Anyway, on that note, now that I've read all that, I will catch everyone later. See you.